With relapsing forms of MS, there's a lot to deal with. Not just unpredictable relapses, all these other things too. Who needs that kind of drama? Key symptoms.
I just like the sound. I just like the sound.
In an ever-changing world, Vistaprint is here to help. Hyundai, loaded with the latest technology, only at the Hyundai Spring Upgrade event.
Lease an Elantra for $149 a month or get 0% APR plus $500 bonus cash and no payments for 90 days. Learn more at myhyundai.com.
What I've done.
Taylor about the fucking flex. I love my Squarespace Spaceside's simple and beautiful design. It feels fresh, clean, and I can easily
trying to get my palette cleaned off real quick so I can add a couple colors on it. Yeah. Gotta remove the old stain before the new paint. Cause that shit just assimilate. Cause that shit just don't. Oh, I can't say it. Cause that shit just don't assimilate. Is what I try to say. But, hey, it's tongue-tied in the. Wait. Gotta move the old stain before you put the new paint. Bum 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 bum. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Yeah. Before you put the new paint. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Bum 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 bum. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Dun dun dun. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Bum, 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 bum. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Can I find that one color? Here it is. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paints. And then I may need a little bit of thread. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paints. We get a little bit of this. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Gotta remove the old stain before you put the new paint. Alright, so got some new colors on it. Well, not new colors, but fresh colors on the palette. Let's see if we can jump back into this. Oh shit. In all actuality, I think this is all fucked up now.
That boy is Benny Hanna.
Yo, Jamie, good morning, bro. What's up? Yo, the high school students, I would definitely like to interview some of those if I can get some contacts, or if you can give them my contact. It's getting warm, and people are tired of the hibernation, so I figured it's time to record some more episodes of roundtable discussions and see what people have been working on throughout this COVID crisis, being pent up in the house. Really haven't interviewed like students yet, so that would be really interesting to get some artistic students and see what their take on this thing is. Definitely want to ask individuals about non-fungible tokens and this new way. This is one of my main questions for every visual artist. Well, even every art form is falling victim. I hate to use that phrase, to the digital age, but one of my main things for a traditional artist is, do you feel like technology is taking away from true artisanship and true creativity and true understanding and know-how? Because some people study photography for years and understand how to develop like 35 millimeter film and understand the relationships between ISO and shutter speed and aperture, light density. I don't know. There's a science to this thing called photography, but then you get the iPhone 12 Max Plus Triple X with these many depth view camera, and it's like, oh, I can take a picture on my cell phone and look how nice this photograph is. But you're not a fucking photographer though. You're not. You didn't do anything. The algorithms and the programming and the settings in your phone did everything for you. You don't know how to take a decent photograph. And that's my main thing, like, with people who have invested so much time and money into developing their skills as an artist or a photographer or a musician, a songwriter, or whatever. How does this new digital overlay that we're living in actually affect us? And it's always, I don't know. Like I say, technology seems to make us more advanced in one way and seems to like push us backwards in a way. And that's my love-hate relationship with technology. Because I do love technology. Hey, I'm using a smart digital device to connect to some satellite system that's orbiting the planet that bounces waves back down to Earth, so you guys can actually hear and see me damn near in real time. This shit is fucking amazing. I love technology. This shit is fucking awesome. Never thought I'd be able to do this. Captain Kirk, beam me up, Scotty. Dick Tracy talking to his smartwatch and all that shit. Man, that shit was comic books inside. But now we're doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? I can touch my computer screen. Shit is weird. But at the same time, it's just like, this shit making us dumber though, and less creative. Because all the settings are there, and now you can just like program a computer to make a painting, and it's like, that's scary. That's fucking scary. And I don't even know another word for it. That's just scary, man. Computer can make a painting? Oh shit. That's unsettling. So, but definitely start back doing some interviews again. I haven't done some interviews. Try to get one guy in his skate club to come up there and talk about the essential need for a skate park in our community. And it's like, I'm not even a big skater, but I see like so many abandoned lots and buildings that it's like it can even be like an indoor skate park. Like, you just have all these buildings sitting around in the counties and nobody wants to do anything with them. And then, but when the kids go use the not abandoned, but a property that's not being utilized, and they go out there and thrash, and then it's a fucking problem. It's like, well, let's make a fucking skate park. We can turn this building into an indoor skate park, or fucking airsoft range, or I don't know, laser tag or whatever, man. Some I don't know, some shit. Do something with a lot of stuff around here, man. Some motherfuckers ain't got shit to do. And then when we do shit, y'all want to be like, oh, well, you can't do that here. Well, give me a fucking place where we can do this shit. Once again, all these old buildings, like, me and one other guy was thinking, like, what if we just get like an abandoned one of these abandoned factories and use it for a graffiti club, and have a designated area with rules and regulations and time frames and whatever, where you can go in and do your fucking thing and do some graffiti art and not be at risk of getting into fucking trouble or cited for this shit, yo. But who am I? I'm nobody. Yo, Ruby, my brother from a different mother. Good morning, bro. How you doing, man? One of the heroes. I know heroes. Y'all be seeing all these signs talking about, oh, heroes work here, heroes. I know some of these people, man. I ain't gonna lie. I know some of them personally, for real, in real life. Ruby, that's a damn hero. You know, I'm honored to know some of these people, yeah. Cause I ain't got the courage to do that shit. I ain't about to be up in no damn ER, hospital room, front line, working with COVID. No, thank you. I'm good. I ain't about to be over there in the deserts, Iraq, fighting for corporate interests in America. No, thank you. No, thank you. Even our men and women who don the blue stripe and the badge and go out here and protect our streets as public service. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna do that. In this job, you might get shot at. I might get shot at. Nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. Some of them people, hey, I respect them people, man. Respect them to the fullest, because I ain't about to do it. I ain't about to do it. I'm good. Yo, I gotta listen to some news about the shootout. And there was a shootout in Philly. Yo, yo, in the neighborhood. I'm pretty sure I know where this neighborhood is at. Yeah, shootout in Philly. Say some cops got hit and the suspect actually fled and got away or something. And it's just like, I don't know. They were in hot pursuit of it. Yeah. Only listened to a little bit of a news clip. Definitely gotta find some more in that story, man. Philly be going crazy, yo. That's why I say I'll never, ever, ever live in that city again, yo. All cities have their, little criminal element, but, man, something about Philly, bro. I'm saying you just trying to walk your dog or go to the grocery store, anything. You just get caught up in somebody else foolishness and recklessness and No, thank you. This hair is getting kind of tricky now. It's to the point where I'm kind of like losing my place with some highlights. Definitely want to do more of these mid-tones first before I start putting some bright highlights on there. But I think I may have to do a back and forth between mid-tones and highlights and mid-tones and highlights to actually get this thing to come out right. So I really haven't been trying to just do like a bunch of bright white areas yet, but I think I'm gonna start testing something out. See if this thing gonna work out in my advantage. Uh, what everybody else got going on today? Anything important? Well, every day is important, but anything like out of the ordinary, other than just doing regular chores and eating, watching TV. Anything else y'all got going on today in particular? Mm-mm.
changing world. Vistaprint is here to help.
What it do, what it do.
I don't care how many demons he's fought and how many hells. He's never fought us. Not us united. We must fight together now. We'll die.
This goes beyond loyalty. This is about survival.
You're a dragon. Be a dragon.
I woke up next.
Josh on a fucking beat.
Step 1, open the BetMGM Sportsbook. Step 2, get in on the action. And step 3, get it. Now, you're betting in the big league.
something else while we're talking about cancel culture. I feel like I'm in Bizarro world, like I've stepped through some cosmic bunny hole, because now we have Sarah Silverman saying, I can't believe, it's so absolutist, and Cuomo going, I'm not going to bow to cancel culture.
Right, yeah.
Your culture, more so than even your fake Italian culture and your nipple barbells, is cancel culture. It's your raison d'etre. And now you have Bill Maher sounding the alarm about actually, this is not a joke, now about China.
China.
Here you China. Here you go.
Well, we're the silly people now. Do you know who doesn't care that there's a stereotype of a Chinese man in a Dr. Seuss book? China. Half the country is having a never-ending woke competition deciding whether Mr. Potato Head has a and the other half believes we have to stop the lizard people because they're eating babies. We are a silly
That's a false equivocation.
In San
Mr. Potato
Francisco,
was
it
changed
took
because
10
of pressure.
years
Lizard people,
just to get
it's like
2
two people
bus
believe it.
lines through environmental review. There's a progressive trend now to sacrifice merit for equity. Colleges are chucking the SAT and ACT test, and in New York, Mayor de Blasio announced merit would no longer decide who gets into the schools for advanced learners, but rather a lottery system. You think China's doing that? Letting political correctness get in the way of nurturing their best and brightest? Those are real. And so is China, and they are eating our lunch.
Okay, a couple of things really quickly here. You see this with Sarah Silverman. Let me explain. You see Sarah Silverman, Cuomo cancel culture, and now him talking about not using the SATs, lowering standards. Okay, so now we have 3 very clear examples. All right. Republican who's pushed for anything against Asians because of people like you've talked about in the New York legislature, because of people, for example, who said Asians have to score higher on SATs, and they're turning them away in record numbers from universities like Brown and Stanford, and lowering the standards for black people. And so black Americans go, yeah, why does he have what I got? And it creates animosity against Chinese people who are 1 generation removed from, or 2 generations removed from their grandparents being in internment camps, and they are disproportionately wealthy because of their work ethic and having intact families.
Their families got reparations from being in internment camps. They got reparations for being in internment camps. I hate when people don't acknowledge that point.
You've told black Americans, because you see them through the prism of race exclusively, that the problem is, well, everyone hates black people, but everyone loves the Asians.
Well, they see them through the prism of being victims. I mean, they lump all black people in as a victim, and that's insulting to black people.
Right.
You know, it's
they're often the perp.
Well, and you see
Hey, wait a minute.
I thought you were saying that they wanted
That's not what I'm saying. At the end of the day, Stephen's not giving guys like Bill Maher and people like Sarah Silverman on the left a way back.
It's true.
I mean, stop putting up walls, Stephen. They're not building walls. They're just
themselves away.
No, I think we need walls.
Sorry.
I don't want them in.
Sorry, guys.
You can't trust us.
Hey, they're being converted.
I don't think they're being converted. What they're saying is we need to be less absolutist so that Brian Callen will check his privilege, make sure that he allows himself to be white-shamed, use our cultural lexicon, and be a good little serf. That's what they're saying.
But I'm half Italian and I'm Sicilian and my family were peasants. They have short fingers made for working, the fields.
Yeah.
I'm not
and the Moors, you've got some.
Yes, I did my genome. I'm not, a Viking like yourself.
I'm not a Viking.
6'2", and all chest and ass.
The common thread here is that the person that they hated and they were blinded by is now gone, and now reality can kind of creep its way back in just a little bit. And it's like, guys, you hated him so much that every one of you have done things against what you're saying right now. Like, you have actually created the situation you hate only because you hated Donald Trump, and we told you that while you were doing it.
The left has been systematically enabling and empowering China just to try and spite Donald Trump. And I'm not even just talking about the Biden family members smoking crack with Chinese prostitutes, or Eric Swalwell banging Ming Mei. Which, by the way, how was that guy on an intelligence committee? How was that guy on an intelligence committee when he was banging Chinese spies?
Well, to be fair, she was very hot.
I'm sure she was very hot.
And she spoke fluent English, guys. A man!
Hey, she thought he was powerful.
He knew! There's only one man.
He knew she was a spy. My point is, I don't want to rely on that man for anything.
No.
I wouldn't let him watch my kids, let alone be on an intelligence committee. So let's talk about what the left has done to enable China, because Bill Maher leaves that part out, right? What do we have? We have TPP. The only person who opposed it was Donald Trump. NATO doesn't see China as a threat. You look at the policies with the UN. You look at Donald Trump. You look at Donald Trump with the Paris Accord, saying China's building record. They're not going to respect this. This isn't fair. You look at Disney, of course, bowing to China. You look at the NBA's billion-dollar relationship with China, where they banned people who were protesting for the liberty of the Hong Kong people, their right to peaceably assemble. Not to mention the WHO, the World Health Organization, who Dr. Fauci said
everybody
are
else
the most
is already there.
reputable source for available data regarding COVID-19. They should be trusted. Donald Trump said, we're not going to be funding WHO at all. We won't be involved. That was changed with Joe Biden. This is the same. If you care about human rights, no justice, no peace, keep in mind, this is the same World Health Organization, right? Who don't even acknowledge the existence of Taiwan, and they're not even trying to hide it.
Here's the thing you guys are not keeping in mind. You can actually stream Disney in the re-education Uyghur camps, and that's something you don't know.
That's how they got to the 100+ million subscribers.
Yeah, they're counting a million or so Uyghurs in concentration camps, which you never hear about, by the way. I mean, that's a
No. You started to hear about it about a year and a half or 2 years after we were like sounding the alarm, like, hey guys, you remember Rwanda? And everybody thought, oh my gosh, this is terrible. This is happening. We're actually complicit. You're complicit in China now. We know it for a very long time.
But you know what? At least they have Disney Plus going between the Valley to Mecca 5 times a day. They can check in with Mandalorian. Oh no! Where go Gina Carano?
I know. So Gina Carano's a threat, but the Uyghurs, nobody brings that up. I guess Disney Plus.
I've been bringing it up since 2009 because I visited Guantanamo Bay and I saw the Uyghur prison, and they had an oceanside view.
Oh, did they?
And Xboxes.
Well, they make you not watch Mulan as torture, so
the new version.
But did NATO interview any of the Uyghurs when they were talking about China not being a threat?
I don't think so. They were too busy watching Mulan. And we'll make a man out of you. Oh, listen, I don't know.
We can do that now. We have the technology.
Yeah.
You can't have
the King and I.
Watch Louder with Crowder live, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern.
I did not sleep good last night.
No. Louder with Crowder. This guy don't like black people.
Following is a conversation with Sagar Anjali. He is a DC-based political correspondent, host of The Rising with Crystal Ball, and host of the Realignment podcast with Marshall Kozlov. He has interviewed Donald Trump for...
Geographic privacy. Nursing was some of the most...
the whole fear, protect...
or the government's... Hi.
Hey.
Oh, that's on the TV.
How are you? Okay. You didn't get your work
Yo, because I'm dead ass was like,
That's what I do.
yo, that shit fucked me up real bad for a minute. I'm like, wait, oh shit.
I thought it was on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm like, is there something I'm not doing right? Like, what the fuck is happening to reality right now?
Settling and dying alone.
All right.
Whoa, little dumb shit. Damn, that shit had me weird for a second.
Now I remember why we didn't sleep.
I want to say that last conversation was really good. You had thinking,
oh yeah.
I forgot all about
the whole
that.
fear, protecting.
Now you be forgetting when you be like having a half out.
But I know a lot of me
Yo, you watched the
friends are looking for like
Justice League?
not to throw myself under the bus, but I'm 30.
The other show though, the one. Never watched. That shit pissed me off so bad. So bad. Because I was just like, dude.
It's just a show.
Dude, why you do that? I know, but it's like, it could happen though. All of this shit could happen. Imagine a future like that.
It is kind of.
It's kind of like going back to like arranged marriages almost when you think about it, because it's like, yeah, this person, I mean, they are good for them. But say that somebody, like, say me and you were matched and we absolutely hated each other, like, then what?
Yeah, that defeats the point. Like she said, it's so precise that when you meet your match, it's like you already know each other.
That's how it was for them too.
And that's what you say. You'll have a sense of how they walk, a sense of how they talk, and that's what the girl. She's like your voice sounds so familiar, like I've heard it before. And there's
in his defense, she went in for the kiss before he did.
Yeah. And in both of their defense, like, Shorty fucked the whole shit up. You shouldn't even did that shit. His wife put the whole ball in motion. You put the whole shit in motion.
So if he did that and she ended up sleeping with the other dude, it would have been his fault?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure
If he did it first, if he was like, oh, I wonder who my wife is.
That was my thing, was like, why would he even do that? But she's the one who did it.
Exactly.
So that's where she lost
points.
What
husband would do that? Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, oh, there's a new matching system where you can find your perfect match. Oh, let me see who the fuck Maurice's match is. Like, for what? And then go try to be friends with this nigga. For what? Like, that shit is crazy. Like, why she did that shit, yo?
But I thought she was gonna try to kill her. For a minute. She's just not about that life for real.
I mean, her excuse was semi-understandable.
I mean, her husband is kind of like, he's a good man, but you can tell, like, they've been together for a while and he probably don't pay attention to her like he used to. But she's also weird. And, like, look at the shit she was wearing and doing.
It was never that weird until this whole match thing came about. Now she's acting extra fucking weird.
Or even the girl, and she's, like, talking to her, and she's like, oh, no, no, no. And I'm like, okay. Yeah. I mean, that was my thing. Like, you could have went and saw what the girl looked like, maybe, if you even wanted to take it that far, which is still crazy. But, like, you literally went to this girl's party, like.
I don't like her because she keeps putting her bits in my face.
That girl did not put her coochie in your face.
She made a pass at me. I do want to see what happened though.
I'm so pissed off that he kissed her though.
He pulled away. He was like, "Whoa, this shit is."
And then went home and fucked his wife and thought about the other chick the whole time. Raise a hand. Who wants their significant other thinking about somebody else while they're having sex? Nobody? Boo, you? Oh, okay. Cause I'll be goddamn. Oh my god. Imagine if we ever get to a point where we can just like scan each other's thoughts and shit. Like,
I want to see that other movie where the dude, everybody reads their mind and there's only one girl on the planet.
I don't think it came out yet, did it?
I don't know. I can't wait for that when everybody just knows what everybody is thinking, yo.
But everything wasn't she in Harry Potter or something? She was in something else when she was younger than she is now. Hold on. First of all, look at what I did though. Ooh, it's a little wrinkled, but
that don't look terrible.
For me, this looks wonderful.
I'm trying to put too much weed in it. It ain't a blunt.
It's not. No, it's not all. I got a little bit of backwood cut in there. I do.
Some grappa.
Some grappa.
And I am a nurse practitioner in the emergency department. A lot of my friends are professionals and we're doing well, but we're single.
It's like the legit nurse in the ER.
Yeah, man. Actually, I did a broadcast talking about the kind of women that high value men
Pause it real quick.
The nurses.
Nurses do make good money, but they work a lot. They work a lot of hours. So that's the only thing is like when I was when I had a cyst rupture, the one nurse worked 12-hour shifts for 5 days straight.
I mean, it's just like factory work. I worked 12-hour shifts, but my schedule was 4 days on and 4 days off.
See, that's not bad for 12, but that's what I'm saying. If you're working 5, 10,
5,
5 10s, or 5 12s, even 5 10s, it's just a lot. And then you barely have any time left in your day. Like, even think about me not getting home until almost 6 o'clock on Friday. By the time I do what I gotta do in the house, cook dinner, or even if you're cooking and I got other shit to do, I don't really have all of Friday. I literally have all of Saturday and all of Sunday. And even Sunday, I need to be in bed at a decent time. Why? Because I have work on Monday. So it's like we already give so much of our lives to work. But I will say she got bread. She's educated. She on her own. She don't need nothing from nobody. And she's attractive. So Did he say she was attractive? Did he
Not
tell
yet.
her?
They just started talking.
No, she said thank you. I didn't hear what he complimented her on.
This is only 20. Well, this is less than 2 minutes into the conversation.
I didn't want to hear what he complimented her on. She's pretty. Naturally pretty.
Okay. Hi.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay. Getting your workout on. Look at you.
Thank you. See what I do.
There you go. So what do you have for me? 2 times we're talking about settling or dying alone, or the Goldman Sachs $10 billion into a million black. What do you want?
Let's do the settling and dying alone.
All right. You've heard what I have to say about law still. What do you think?
I agree and I disagree. I want to say that last conversation was really good. You really had me thinking. The whole fear protection. But I know a lot of me and my friends are looking for it. Not to throw myself under the bus, but I'm 30.
We all something.
And I am a nurse practitioner in the emergency department. A lot of my friends are professionals and we're doing well, but we are single.
Because women is pretty is not even good grammar, man. Women are pretty.
Women are pretty. Unless, but no, he said a woman, so no, he is right. He said a before. Women are pretty, or a woman is pretty.
Are we allowed to say a woman is pretty? No, why? Because that's offensive and derogatory.
So the ugly woman. Oh. Well, yeah, there's some women that are like, I'm more than just my looks. Don't call me a female either.
I heard somebody say that. Don't call me a female, and I'm like, what the fuck to call you?
Yo, I cannot be friends with them type of females.
What's the difference in a man and a male? And
because
a woman
that's
and
what
a female?
That's what an animal is. I'm not a female. Okay. Listen, bitch, you're a female or a male.
Are we allowed to call women pretty? I don't know. If a stranger, just like as a compliment, man, you better know your settings and who the fuck you talking to or your surroundings, because that shit'll get you in trouble. At work, you know, I work in the office. If I walk up to somebody like, oh, you're looking really pretty today, that shit is gonna get second looks like what the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, they just, I don't know. It's weird as hell.
In the workplace, I try not to say pretty or handsome. I just try to say you look nice or you look dapper.
I compliment people's clothing or shit like that, because I like the people I work with, and we have conversations, and we'll compliment each other's stuff, but we don't compliment it like physical appearances and looks and stuff like that. Like, there's one lady, she always wears these fucking, like, these patterned scarves. Like, she has, like, tons of these fucking nice-ass scarves. And it's just like, yo, I love the fucking colors in that scarf, yo. And I'll say something like that. Those colors are beautiful. You know, oh, thank you. I started when, since I've been back working, I wear, like, my good shoes to work because they're more supportive for my ankle. And people are like, oh, those are some nice-ass sneakers, yo. I'm like, yeah, thanks, man. You know, big air bubbles and shit, whatever. And shit like that. So we'll compliment each other on articles of clothing, but I'm not like, oh, you look really nice today. Like, so, yeah, it all depends, bro, on where you're at or what situation you're in and who you're trying to compliment. This motherfucker said it, that, and you.
No, he didn't. I'm dead. Wait, I'm sorry. No, they didn't. Let me get it right.
No.
Oh, wait.
No.
Well, he said it's it, so no, it didn't.
No, you didn't.
No, that didn't.
No, that didn't.
No, that didn't.
No, that didn't.
I don't want to call you an it, but since you approved it.
This motherfucker says it, that, and ew.
Ew. That's some funny ass shit. Why you up under me? I'm
trying to see something real quick. I just trimmed this brush down to like 7 brushes.
Well, today nurses work really long hours. Those 12 3 days a week, 12 on, 12 on.
Thank you.
high stress. I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. But at 30 years old, do you have any children?
No.
Okay. And what would you live in? Northeast, South?
I am Southern.
Okay. And if you don't, I'm just trying to respect your geographic privacy. At 30 years old, you said me and my friends are all kind of doing the same thing. What are some of the issues you're finding when you personally are trying to date? Before that, do you want to get married?
I do.
Do you want children?
I do.
How many would you like to have?
At least 1 or 2.
Don't have one. Have 2 or none. Only children is a horrible way to be raised. Okay, so were your mom and dad married?
They were.
Okay. So what are you running into?
People, at least where I am, I feel like are not ready to settle. From like a previous show I watched of yours, you talked about the age difference. Men tend to get in their career, or especially black men, because you start trying to get our money right before we want to get married and have kids. So I'm 30. I've been at that point, but some are still not there yet.
So what's the oldest man you've ever dated?
32. How old? I would say close to my age, like 32.
Okay.
Stop being like that.
Stop being like that. Stop being a mind reader. Ooh, y'all seen that on camera.
No, you know what?
Yeah,
because all women are basic.
What, basic, really? Wait.
That was such an average.
No, it wasn't, babe.
No.
If I went on his thing and he asked me, what's the oldest man you've been with? How old are you? I'm about 25. How, on average, how old? 10 years older.
Yeah.
I've never dated anybody my age.
For the average woman, they're gonna date somebody their age.
That's not true. I mean, but that's not true. I mean, some people date people like Simone. She always dates people that's somebody exactly her age. My mom always has somebody that's like 5 or 7 years younger. Every woman is different, just like every man. Just like you've been with mostly women your age, but lately you've been with younger women. Yeah.
I really personally don't feel like men in this country are ready for marriage.
32.
Hey, I knew she was gonna say that shit. And I knew he was gonna say them long hours.
She like.
And that's what I'm thinking, because I watched her
She
previous
looked
lives.
okay.
But
She
and
looks.
I mean, she didn't take that big ass bow off.
That's what I agree to say. Once again, because you got the weed, and then
She got braids. Don't she, or that's weed? I can't see. It's braids.
That's braids. It's weed.
Yeah, but
And then they so tight and shit, you ain't got no edges. That's why you got a fucking scarf around.
But at least she went natural on camera, like without all of that. Even just her face, she's pretty, and her skin is nice and clear.
Because she's not secure enough to wear her natural hair.
Babe, just because she's wearing a hairstyle don't mean nothing. It's just a protective hairstyle. She might have already had her hair done before this thing, like 2 weeks ago. She's not gonna take it out just to come on camera.
But her looking like that now, I bet if she take that scarf off and take them braids out, she's gonna look rough.
Babe, that's not nice.
It's gonna look rough. Sis.
Babe, you don't know how she gonna look without that. Don't do that.
It's gonna look rough.
And she's humble.
I get that.
She not coming in there like, oh, I'm a bad bitch. I think she's pretty. I just think that big ass bow gotta go. And we don't know if she got edges until you tell her to take that thing off.
That's why I don't like girls who wear weave, bro. Like, let me see you. Let me see what the fuck you look like.
Okay, but there's nothing wrong with switching
My
up.
dreads ain't the best dreads, but this is my hair.
Guess what?
That's what my shit looks
This
like.
summer, my bald head ass gonna be putting some wigs on, so you gonna be getting used to it.
Roughly,
Yeah, but I know what the fuck you look like.
I can't change my allergy.
No, I don't do that because I feel like I'm an artist. It's my expression. Like, I'm not just wearing wigs to work, but like if I do a photo shoot, am I gonna wear a wig and put a dress on? Yeah.
Throughout history, women have always been to it earlier than men.
I'm not even watching this shit, yo. I probably do like 2.5 hours, maybe.
So people are getting married later.
I wish.
What is the problem dating somebody in their late
Getting
30s?
married later.
A lot of people are. I mean, I feel like it makes it last.
I have not been approached by someone.
You get married and around between 30 and 50, you're gonna make a better decision than if you get married at 21.
That's about having kids too. I think people should make it 30 to have kids. Honestly,
You
got 30 years of life experience under
Unless
yourself.
you're like somebody like me who's significantly older and you want them to be able to have parents. That's the thing too, like about having kids. Like 30 is cool, but I don't want to have a kid at like 50. For the people that do that, that's cool, but like you're not gonna probably live to see your great grandkids if your grandkids at all, right?
Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, which has a population of 500 to 700,000. This is when it becomes a math equation. You got to look at the kind of lifestyle you want to have, the kind of man that would make the kind of income to help facilitate the lifestyle you want to have, how much work you want to have to do to support the family, if any. Because the problem is many women today are looking for men, the kind of men, and they're not in your area. It's like I was talking to somebody earlier this week, and they were in a remote part in the Northeast, and I'm like, that's when you go after your area. I can't make men pop up in a population of less than 400,000.
And that's probably part of my problem. Because as far as finance and everything else, I'm fine with it. In my southern upbringing, I find the whole submissive, like that's how I was raised.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, what city are you in?
I am in South Haven, which is close to Memphis. It's maybe 20 minutes away.
Okay, so effectively Memphis. Now you gotta know just what I gotta know. Memphis is rather colorful when it comes to dating.
It is.
So,
what does that mean, gay?
You might want to consider moving.
He said it's kind of colorful.
Long distance relationships don't really work. And see, this is when I have become ruthlessly pragmatic. Far too many women today are doing what men traditionally have done. I go where the work is. I mean, why am I working? That's why I got my job off. But if you had if you've been thinking about, well, yeah, but do I want to be married and have kids and so on? Then how am I going to be found by my husband if I'm living in a place with 150,000 people? That's the dating pool. Think about the high school you went to. That's who you can date from. Versus when you go to college, you get all those people.
That's true.
So,
even for somebody like me who went to a bigger high school, there's nobody from my high school after high school that I wanted.
For the same very small pool.
That's me too. Like I've never dated anybody like after high school. Never dated anybody I went to school with, and then I never really dated girls in my hometown because I didn't go to high school in my hometown.
It's messy dating people in your hometown. Anyway, I have a strict rule against that. I never slept with nobody or fucked with nobody where I live. Never.
Like I say, I see
black women are going to have to get
I see people now seem like they're in nice, happy relationships with chicks that I know for a fact got smutted the fuck out back in the day.
You said they got what?
Smutted out, yeah. Like,
shorty. That could change. I mean, it's a lot of men.
Yeah, I get. Yeah.
You see 10 years later and you're like, damn.
But that's the thing, like, not in my area. I just don't want to know, like, that you hoard with other people I know. Like, everybody, like you say, people go through their phases, but I'd rather have somebody, or be with somebody who phase doesn't include motherfuckers I know. Like, you're all your whores.
Like, think about me, like, anytime we go to my home state, like, we've never ran into, like, anybody I ever dealt with, or, like, nothing like that. Like, I just feel like, if you fuck everybody where you live,
my point is, if you want to be court you have to.
A lot of times too, it's like you don't want somebody from your hometown anyway, because they be having that stuck mindset.
He ain't gonna court you from Atlanta, and you in Memphis. He gonna go over to Midtown.
A lot of people don't know. By living in separate houses, or having separate bedrooms. And honestly, I don't know about the separate house thing, but having a separate, like, sleeping in the same bed, but like you have your own bedroom and I have my own bedroom, I actually think I would really like that.
No. When you went to college, there was a curriculum. You know you had 100 X hours to complete, and my freshman assignment, do this. Just like you work out, right? You don't just go to the gym and say, I want a good body. No. There's a workout regimen. It changes often. There's a diet. There's a lot that goes into being you. Well, the kind of man you want, is he valuable?
Yes.
Is he rare?
Probably.
Well, then you're going to have to work. Or
she gonna meet somebody soon after
I
this.
know.
Some single man watching this is gonna be like, that's my girl.
See, it's easy to stick your head down and work.
And know who it is? Another dude who's watching the same show, who's a part of their exclusive dating site that he put together.
That's what I'm saying. Somebody gonna see, she gonna find somebody.
One of the first things we tend to want to do is go back to school. Go back to get more education. That's why I find so many sisters who are engaged and got masters. And all you're doing is wasting 2 more years. You're 30 years old. Are you about to go back to school?
I actually am, but I feel like if I have the time,
he be
why
going.
not?
You can't make this up because you.
First thing I said.
You 30, trying to go back to school.
That's your biological clock.
You better start working on your family. You got enough. You already got a master's and shit. You got enough.
She 30, but that's the thing. Like I'ma have my master's at 30, and I'm not gonna have my doctorate until 32.
Emotional life is all about your feelings.
Right?
Don't tell me about what you feel.
What's
Tell me
wrong
about
with
what you think. Show me the numbers. You going to all?
Yeah, you already in a relationship though.
Yeah.
No.
Tell me about what you
She not.
You see what I said?
It's true.
When your life starts to slow down,
Right.
first thing a lot of black women want to do, I go back to school. So
I also wasn't in school when I met you. I was done with school.
Something accomplished in life, so I'm gonna do this. Well, I ain't got no husband for me. Let me go over here.
I had it, and my thing is.
And then I'm gonna look up. And 2 years have gone by. And then what's gonna happen? I got an MS or an MBA. Then I sure can't date a guy who just graduated from high school because there's too much of an educational gap.
No. That's not what I'm doing. This is like 3 semesters postmasters.
Postmasters?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a PhD.
I'm a PhD. I don't mean to say it like that. What I'm saying is.
I'm saying it like that because all the
available.
I think it is a travesty to have so many attractive, educated, intelligent, chronically single black women because you refuse to act like
gonna be the
your
same
non-black counterparts. You refuse to be competitive. You refuse to understand that the sexual marketplace requires you to compete for men. I have a colleague. His name is Dr. Tia-San Johnson. He teaches black.
And that's the thing. Like older parents are more financially set, but I just know for me, I don't want to be a 40-year-old mom. Like I just know like
he told me one of the largest
I don't want
in his
a kid
class.
right now, but 40 is like it's different for a man, but for a woman. But like, I don't know, by 50, my energy gonna be going down. So like, I'd rather have my kid when I'm like 30 something.
Not in that class. Becky's there.
That's just me.
To learn how to be a better woman to a black man, but you just expect black men to show up. Now Hispanic women are starting to show up because other women are coming for your men because other women have heard that y'all don't compete for your men. You just leave your treasure out there. So then you get mad when the Kardashians or when the ballers end up going with Becky. Why he married a white woman? Because you think it's self-hate. No, not. It's because those women actually showed some interest and came around and actually acted like they cared. They didn't just sit back like you need to come court me. But when black men get with non-black women, it ain't because they hate themselves. Most black men who are with non-black women will tell you they love black women. That is the truth.
I don't like that he just said that because he said it like all black men they just no they just found a white woman they like.
Yeah, but he said it's not always that way, but sometimes it is.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who, no matter what you are, like even look at me. I don't hate white people, but I identify more with my black side, and I would not be with the white people. So
why?
I wouldn't say I hate being white, but
I think it's
could you say that? I guess.
Choice,
you know what I mean?
With the men.
Okay.
And then it still allow me to be very flexible and be able to work anyway. So I don't think it would hinder.
Okay. Well, I would tell you that I know many women who went back to school, and I think they would beg to differ. I think they would tell you that being in school, you can't serve 2 masters. You got to have a job, and then you're in school. You have no time to really devote to the man. Paging Doc. Where's she at? Where they at? I wish I could bring them up right now. I'm telling you, I'm just talking. I do a lot of research. Just think about what I'm saying. Between 30 and 35 are critical years, and you're dedicating you did 3 semesters, so that's a year and a half. You're going to want to get some return from that year and a half investment. But at the end of the day, let's say you found your husband, or your husband found you. Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant?
I mean, I don't want to.
Do you want to have to work to pay significant bills after you're pregnant?
I don't want to, no.
Okay. What percentage of the family financial load do you want to have to carry for a lifetime?
She answering the questions that he asked.
Because I would have been like, oh, well, my out-of-pocket expenses are like $2,000-$3,000 because I applied for help.
Right now, you got to pay 100% of your financial load. If you get married and you have 2 kids, what percentage of that financial load do you want to have to carry?
I don't know. The way I've always thought about it, being that I love that traditional, I would love to have a man that would want to do that and pay the major bills, but I know I will always help. So it just...
Okay. So, what you're ultimately saying is, I don't want to have to carry any of it. I would help.
I just want to get pregnant and have the kids and have a man that's...
That's not, but she's working, and that's what she's saying.
I want to give him that.
No, man.
But she's also willing to do the traditional role and submit and still work. She's not asking to be a stay-at-home mom.
All that stuff is something.
You gotta go out? Come on.
She's saying you pay the rent.
Come on, let's go.
She's saying you pay the rent, and I'll buy the groceries or whatever. Here, babe, take this.
Feel fresh even up to 72 hours without irritation worries. Gillette.
I'm just asking, what do you want to?
I would rather my husband, if God lets me have one, to pay mortgage.
I knew she was gonna say that. She said the mortgage. I told you.
Now you got no part in our business.
Well, the major bills, I would prefer my husband to pay just to have that household
So in other words, ma'am, you want a husband that can fund, that can afford to cover you, 2 kids, to where your money is discretionary.
I would help with the kids. No, I wouldn't.
I'm talking about the finances of the family. I'm not talking about the administrative of the family. See, this is a question that so many black women don't think about the math of it. Because the next part is coming home. You said, I don't want to have to work to have to pay significant bills after I'm pregnant. That means your husband has to pay all the significant bills if you're not working, right?
I think I mistook that. I don't mind working after having kids, no.
Okay.
But it's hard.
But what percent? Okay, but I'm going to be real clear. You have to pay 100% of your lifestyle right now. Mm-hmm. After you're married with 2 children, what percentage of your family's lifestyle do you want to have to pay?
I don't want to say 50-50 just for shit to give, but let's do 75-25.
75 is going to who? Him?
Yes.
All right. That means if the mortgage was $2,000, that means he's paying $1,500 and you paying $500.
If he got
listen. 25% is a nice tip. So what you're basically saying is, I want a man who can pay damn near 80% of the entire family financial load, the mortgage, the car payment, the insurance, the retirement, the trips, the travel, the races, everything. Man, you said 75-25.
I don't want to.
Stop. It doesn't matter how precise you get. The bottom line is, I don't want it to be 50-50. But here's the thing. Okay, so listen, this is important. Okay. That means this career you're talking about, you can give it up anyway, because the real career is your husband. He's going to be bringing in all the money. If you want, he's going to be the major breadwinner. You are not going to be responsible, so this extra degree, extra thing, is all actually not going to an outcome. It's just sitting on the wall. have a husband
Thank
paying
you, bud.
75% of everything, and you're paying 25%. You are not in a career. You got a job.
Okay, boo.
He's carrying the lion's
Jesus
share.
Christ, with the licking.
So why do you need a master's or anything else like that to cover 25%?
Okay. Oh my
No.
God.
Listen.
All right, get off my man.
Because this is what some of these sisters don't
You got
do.
licking so much.
They just go talk about jobs and careers and they go right down to it.
They
don't want to have to be the ones responsible for financial.
And now you want to come lick me, huh? Really? Hi.
And that's fine.
Yo,
So,
she just
start
licked your
with
whole
mind.
fucking hand.
You don't
Yo,
want to
it's
have
they
to be
nudges.
You don't want to be 50-50. But see, the thing is, you got to get the man first. Or that scenario you want.
Dog slobber.
I get what you're saying, but let me plead my case. The type of jobs that I go after, the reason why I want to do that is because it allows me to be what they call PRN. So I work in something. But I still make a really good income. So it allows me to be very flexible. Like I can date.
I know what you ain't gotta explain that shit to me, nigga.
Now, even though it sounds terrible what you're saying,
It's not sounds terrible, it sounds accurate. It sounds like most women don't want to have to be responsible.
I really
for the
love this so
financial
much.
family
Like,
load. They
there's so
work
many
on their
things you can do
husband.
with this.
So if that's
I got
the
like
case,
little buttons
you
and
don't
goals and
need
like,
a career.
Yeah, I didn't.
You need
I mean, I've seen a notification that said, "Hey, new things you can do."
yeah,
I never.
with it, so I was about to say, like, if we post anything,
You can work anywhere and cover 25%. See,
Gas and
so
diesel,
many
what's up,
women
P?
think
What up? What up? What up? What up? Yeah.
And I'm assuming you're taking out loans to pay for this stuff.
I want to go see my mom today.
How much student loan debt did you take out? Did you have an issue?
Go see your mom.
Because here's the thing. If at the end of the day, you find the man
I
God
told my mom,
has
was
for
like, I
you,
should come out there, and
here
she
you
was
go,
like,
honey.
yes.
I've got a
I was
bachelor's,
like,
I've got a
wasn't
master's,
expecting
I've got
that.
this, all this debt. There you go. Here's the mortgage.
But I could just
Here's
always
the,
go
and
next
here's the
weekend.
kids. Here's all this. You pay all that. Now I got this 25%. You got that. Now I got the bachelor's and the master's and all this other stuff. But I'm actually practically responsible for this portion of it. Then you don't need it.
I know you don't want to get into the specifics, but a major reason I like the sound of that is because I want my significant other to have that head of household. So if it makes him feel like better doing that, or if that's something I can allow him to do just to have that traditional role, I want him to do that for his family. I want him to be able to pay the mortgage.
What do you mean?
And
It's
no
traditional.
problem helping if that's
What do you, no. You're a Southern woman.
Mhm.
Let's be real. You don't want to marry a man, have 2 kids, and you're paying 50% of the bills.
not the whole time. Like I would rather.
See, that's the point. Then stop. Stop. And you need
She's
to
saying
understand
based
how
on the
much is.
situation.
See, this is where not
If we both
having
struggling, we
a
both
family
gotta pay.
plan.
But if I made
What
way,
kind
way,
of
way
man
more than my man,
would
like
you
I
need-
wouldn't
what kind
mind
of
paying more.
income would you need a man to make to be able to support the kind of lifestyle you want for your kids and your family, to where your employment is flexible? Because here's the reality: if you never marry, you got to pay 100%. But this is why, ladies, this whole notion of dying alone or settling, one way you're paying 100% of everything by your damn self. So I don't care if you love. I don't care if the dick is good. If the man is doing what he's supposed to do, you need to realize you're lucky to have somebody to settle for. Because at 30 years old, I know emotionally what you want, but I think I think it's fair to say, practically, you've not really sat down and thought about the math of it. Thought about the actual T's and I's of it. It's always been me. And then, oh, well, that's a guy who's making $200,000, $250,000. Dang!
What do you see when you look at
Hard to even see this shit sometimes. You know what? I think I'm gonna get
Look again.
Zilla, watch out, baby.
I think I'm gonna get this set up somewhere downstairs where it'll be nice and square over this tablet. So when I'm drawing, you guys can actually see what I'm doing. So this is some really crappy hash art. I mean, these lines aren't even good, but from a distance they don't look too bad. This is a little quick sketch I just did last night from a reference photo I picked online. But enough of the digital art. Now it's back to the painting.
Oh my god, you were like sitting on my feet.
Oh no, it's back to the smoky first. Then it's back to the painting.
Cheaper.
Can you skip this ad? Can't skip the ad. Read that motherfucker.
You need a bag. You need a bag, girl.
Pretty simplistic.
Okay, pretty simplistic. Do you want to live in a house?
You want to live in a house or apartment?
How much do you think it would cost to live in Memphis for a family of four, middle class? The kids could go to a nice public school or even private school where they can get braces, join all the clubs, all the stuff that most middle class folks would do. So a college is necessary. How much would a man need to make?
I haven't added that up.
Well, you tell me. What do you think?
I don't know about Memphis. I know in the country where I'm at, you can get a good acre and a nice, decent.
Yeah, but do they have good public schools, good private schools? No, they don't.
They do.
Okay, ma'am. Roughly, the number's about $300,000. Because Memphis ain't that different than Atlanta and cost of living. And the fact of the matter, you just said it.
And that's almost anywhere to be like a nice middle class is $250,000 a year, $300,000.
This goal you would have.
No, I'm talking about between both incomes, like to live with that quote unquote middle class is like $250,000 a year, yo.
That you not have to work
honestly,
to pay bills once you're pregnant.
I can't even imagine that shit. Yo.
After you have your baby,
I can't imagine like me and my partner making that. I mean, I can imagine, but
I was about to say, once I get out of school,
I feel like this is boiling down to finance.
Because the most I've ever made
because we're grown-ups.
in any year is less than 100, is well less than 100,000.
That's what I'm saying. But I still feel like combined, we could still be comfortable.
Yeah, I think.
Because your house is paid for.
Yeah. I think one of my most prosperous years, I made a little over $60,000 one year.
Wow. But yeah, I would go back to work.
And if I could pull that shit on the average, doing 60 grand a year, and then my partner doing 60 grand a year, that's still only 120, which is not really considered like good solid middle class, yo. Like you say, that shit is still almost double that. So
Even when I get out of school, I'll only be starting all like, when I first start off, I'll be making about 60, maybe 50, 60 a year, but like, once I get my master's and my PhD, I'll be making anywhere from about 80 to like 100,000. So even then, like
I would have to match that and make 100, 120,000, and then we'll almost be considered like fucking middle class.
Right, like oh my god. But like I said, I still feel like we're good now. Like I just wish my car, I didn't get this brand new car. My credit is
so that's
good.
like your house is middle class.
Okay, you want to work. Okay,
that's middle class.
So we poor.
We poor.
Well, can y'all give government need to give me something then?
Yeah, only thing is like we're not below the poverty line.
That's the, yeah. It is so weird because like the poverty line is like right here, but then there's this big space in between of the middle class.
And then at the same time, they break middle class into 3 sections. So you got lower middle class, and then upper middle class before you get to like being wealthy.
You can write off at least $500 a month.
Like, oh, they're just lower middle class. So what the fuck is lower middle? I guess that would be where we can kind of make it to a tax bracket of, $120,000 a year combined income to be like lower middle class.
Taken out of the family, just like that. That's before pampers and everything else.
I think I need to look at them taxes. I was going to do it this weekend, but
you're going to have one in 3 years old, 2 years old, and another.
Taxes.
This is why
I gotta pay.
you ladies gotta start thinking about this.
Fucking money runners and pay the city whatever the fuck they want. $98 here.
Find if you have a 1 or 2-year-old in an infant daycare, that may be fully 50% of your salary.
Yeah, if I buy a property out here and flip it, it's
That's
gonna
why
be expensive.
So if that's the case, you have to have
And taxes are so fucking high here.
Black women hear me well.
That's like
You
almost
learn about the men and learn about the man.
2 times more than
Because just not acting like acting like it doesn't exist or to take care of itself, it does come down to money. And we don't talk about money in the black community.
Not
But
enough.
it's like tacky and it goes, but then we're mad when shit don't work out. You get mad if you living in an apartment and having to work like a mad woman.
You know, that starts as a student. Like, you don't ask them like how much they making or.
No, and then I'm expecting them, but see, the thing is, not other cultures don't do that. They do this. Because here's the net of it. Bottom line is this. You want your husband to make more than you.
This guy's probably fought.
But then she's trying to make more money too, so but you telling her not to go back to school. So she's trying to go back to school to further her education so she can make more money to be the best that she can be, make the most amount of money that she can make. What's wrong with that?
So we're gonna deal with this as a family.
Right?
Just when they thought I was out.
I'm sorry, babe. I was in. This is about the
Because he's going to have to carry the bulk of the financial load. And you know how much you make. What percentage of men in this country make more than $75,000? What percentage of black men earn more than $75,000?
Not a lot.
15%. And they ain't in podunk America. That's what I'm saying. So it comes down to.
He was talking about her being with a man that makes a certain amount of money, but then he told her not to go back to school. But then he's saying that she needs to be able to also match that man. So what's wrong with her going back to school to be able to make more money, to save more money before she has these kids?
You need to know who he is.
Like she didn't say I want a kid right now. She just said, okay, my clock is ticking. You know, I do want to go back to school, but during this time I can date whatever. By then, hopefully we can get married first, and then by 32, 33, 34, 35, whatever, have our house and have kids. And by then she can have that money saved up. But what's wrong with her wanting a man who's gonna provide if she's gonna submit and have that traditional Christian down south woman role? Because as much as we don't like it, that's not like we're not into that Christian shit. Like that's what she believes in down south. That's just how it is. Like even my brother, like he makes more, he pays more of the bills, but his wife is pretty submissive. I mean, she's not submissive, but you know what I mean. She submits, and that's just how they are. Like.
They want something too. What do they want from a woman?
A woman that cooks, cleans, works,
what they do, how much they make,
and got her own shit, and she got all of that.
You damn sure can't tell me what they want from a woman.
That's what I think he's trying to say is like you're.
For these two things to come together.
What you're trying to achieve in your time frame.
I mean,
Well,
first of all, he's right about her getting out of her city. She needs to get out of that little ass city she's in.
But if you're not somebody who invested or something, or Cardi B who made millions by the time she was already 30, you know what I'm saying? And you know you're not, you didn't do it. You're good. You've done a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say she can be a millionaire.
Yeah, now it's time. It's like, okay, do you want to continue trying to pursue more educational endeavors, or do you want to try to get to your families?
telling
things
the
now,
world
and
a
it's
lot of
like
things that they
you
may
don't.
or may not be ready to
What he's
hear.
trying to say
Today
is you
we
need to
have
balance your time
the
out.
one
You
and
don't have
only
enough time for
Kevin
both.
Samuels
If you're
on
not
the podcast.
a millionaire now, you're not gonna be a millionaire.
You're
You're not
such
gonna have
big
a
fans that we
millionaire.
gotta at least give you a light applause. Maybe not a standing applause right now,
He's
but
the GOAT, man.
yeah. This guy's one of the dudes who put me on to you, so I figured it was right that we have him
Why are you so
on
sad,
hand while we
Punky?
have this conversation. But it's truly an honor to get to speak to somebody who's making a splash in such a unique way.
Oh, appreciate it.
You
Appreciate it.
just want to be in my skin.
Yeah, it's a splash.
You just want to be in my skin, don't you? You want to be in my skin, girl.
Alright. I'm gonna get back to painting for a minute. Here, if you want to stare, good. You know?
Yep, I got things to go downstairs and do. Alright, you're not about to lick me like you was just licking Travis. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Florida surpasses 2 million COVID cases. And like, we're gonna get to herd immunity first.
Ow, boo! Them damn talon claws you got. It's time for you to go to the
Mysterious genius who patented the UFO.
Okay. That's interesting. I'm still sleepy, I guess. One load of laundry. Switch over and
I have a sleeping
asked,
problem,
the guy
and I've tried
he said
a
you
lot
might
of
have to
different
wait.
things to get a better night's
He said
sleep.
it's just been,
I tried
I know
mouth
he said he can't really
guards, I
explain
had
it.
a
He was like,
CPAP
the first
machine,
time he
I
did
had
it, he had to
surgery
wait
to
a little
fix my
while.
deviated septum, a body pillow, a weighted blanket, and this is the latest thing that I'm going to try to get a better night's sleep. I saw this thing as a Instagram or Reddit ad, and
first, this is some.
Let me see something real quick. If
I didn't check my cash out.
Huh?
I didn't check my cash out.
Ain't nothing in there but some dust. Wait, you got him a crown?
That's right. I'm the birthday queen.
Where you at?
At church.
Oh, damn.
You hadn't started yet.
Oh, well, you look so nice.
Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
I was talking joke about you. It was.
What?
I said, this nigga going live. He ain't telling me happy birthday yet.
Really?
Yeah, really. I told our sister that. You look high as the couch, boy.
That's
You
why.
look high with a telephone wire. Look at him.
Yeah. My bad.
Well, you can't open he can't open his eyes. Right.
Yeah.
You're tired. You need a nap.
My bad. Happy birthday, babe.
Thank you, love, bub.
I be forgetting y'all be up early on Sundays.
We are early every day.
Praising
We
the
got
Lord.
jobs.
That's what y'all got?
It's contagious. It should be contagious. Let's say that.
See, I know that's right. Damn, how old you now? 42? Lord.
Nigga, you about to join the 40 club, so shut up.
I'm getting old again. I'm getting old.
I'm getting better, not old. What's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
You said my sister got me?
What? Some big pink balloons.
She got me.
What's that? A case?
A coach. The coach. What is it called? The strap across.
A strap across. What you got on there? Sanitizer?
Huh?
That sanitizer attached to that thing?
Sure no.
A coach.
My crown.
Yeah, I heard Florida got 2 million corona cases.
It might be that high.
Yeah. Y'all about to catch that Rona down there, man.
Oh, that's a lie. I've been pregnant working in school. All right.
Hey, baby girl, how you doing? Everybody at church this morning. Praise the Lord.
Get on my nerves.
What? Amen. Talking snakes and talking donkeys.
Look at your nephew.
That boy getting big. Look at all that hair, boy. You know, first thing I do, I'm gonna braid that thing.
You can put it in the ponytail.
I'm put 2 cornrows in it. Watch.
It would be braided.
Huh?
You know, if he was living in Hartsville, it would have been braided.
Oh, that shit would have been already. Looking gangster. Looking gangster. Yeah. Huh?
I like that picture she took by the tree. That was pretty. You might take some pictures outside.
Yeah, she talking about, you know the day your sister's birthday.
Hey.
Yeah. I'm on FaceTime with her. She said happy birthday. She mad because it took me so long to call. She mad because it took me so long to call. She was about to come up here and cuss me out because I ain't called you yet.
Good. That's right, girlfriend.
Yeah, I got a bad memory, yo.
That would have come to me, and your other sister's birthday is tomorrow, so you better call her.
Who birthday when?
Darja's birthday is tomorrow.
Oh my God. When my birthday is?
I was going to say, should we say it together? June 2nd.
Cause I don't be remembering sometimes. Man, I only got like
4, 5 birthdays memorized. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I blame it on the smartphone. The smartphone made me stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Who do you have memorized?
My birthday. I know your birthday.
You should not count your own birthday.
I can't count my own birthday? Wait a minute. Okay. So I know your birthday. I know.
Can you say your mother's?
I know grandma's birthday.
Okay, that's 2. Can you say your mother?
No. I know John Wayne's birthday.
You know who?
I know Damien's birthday.
John Wayne?
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I know Uncle Larry's birthday.
I don't know that one. When his birthday?
June 22nd.
Oh, that's the day before Tina and birthday.
And I know somebody else's birthday too, yo.
What's the date? Tell me the date and I'll tell you whose birthday it is.
Who birthday the last day of November?
Nikki.
Nikki birthday. That's the only reason I remember that shit, because it's the last day of November.
I got you beat. I know Chris' birthday.
Chris' birthday in January. I don't know what day in January.
I know Chris' birthday, Skip birthday.
I don't know.
Sherrod, Chris, Skip, Sherrod.
Nope.
Nikki.
Nope. I know Nikki birthday.
Candy.
I don't know Candy birthday.
Chase.
Nope.
Joe.
Nope. Aunt Jean birthday, Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
That's easy to remember.
Uncle Roger's birthday, I know Aunt Jackie's birthday, I know Aunt Nene's birthday, I know Uncle John's birthday, and I know Mama and Aunt Joy's birthday.
Well, two of them motherfuckers got the same birthday. Aunt Nene and Uncle John got the same birthday?
And Mama and Aunt Joy got the same birthday.
But I don't know what. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't be knowing the days.
Aunt Nina and Uncle John is August the 17th. Aunt Jackie's is August the 5th. Chris is the 25th of January. Skip is the 10th of January. Haley's is the 19th of January.
There's so many people in January.
Damien
Lena's birthday and
Lena's is the 23rd of January.
And Desmond's birthday, what, the 2nd?
Yeah. And then we got a break for February. I mean, with Ted's birthday in February, but he don't count. And then Grandma's birthday in March. And mine and Sissy's. That's all it was in March. Then Joe is in May. Chase is in September. Ken is in September. Sherrod and Shonda's are in October.
They like a week apart or something, ain't it?
Yep. I think one is the 13th and one is the first week of October. Now, those days I can't remember, but I know them wrong. But yeah.
Yeah, you know, ask birthdays, yo.
Yeah. I just don't know when Matt's birthday. I think Matt's birthday in April. It's October with Hunters.
Hey, I say smartphones got me spoiled, man. Facebook tell me when people's birthday is now. Hey, you ain't got your birthday information on Facebook? Don't get mad. I don't wish you happy birthday yet. Oh, why you ain't call me on my birthday? They got know your damn birthday, boy. They ain't got that shit on Facebook. Then some people got it their birthday, but they don't want you to know how old they is.
Man, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about that shit. Yeah. I know that's right. I'm trying to brag.
Okay, because niggas die like flies.
What?
They going down like flies. So let me many as I can.
No, that's right. How many people in the congregation at y'all church?
5. The number after 4, but before 6.
Well, that's including the preacher?
Yes. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. Hey, 10% ain't paying. It ain't enough to pay all the bills in there from 5 people. Well, that's what I'm saying. Ain't y'all gotta have who paid?
10 total.
Well, who paid all the bills in the building?
On time.
There ain't enough money from 5 people to pay all the bills in the damn church building.
Well, the 5 people that work, the 5 adults that work in this building, we pay bread.
Well, how y'all pay the preacher?
The preacher don't get paid.
Oh, he a true man of God.
It's a woman. She.
Hey, the Bible say y'all ain't supposed to preach.
That's not in the Bible.
It is in the Bible.
It is not in the Bible.
Girl, don't make me pull that thing up and say where it say a woman shall be silent in the house of the Lord and listen to the man.
Okay, but what context was it going? What was it centered around?
A woman.
And what era was it in? Because technically, when Jesus rose from the dead, the first person that spoke in the temple was Mary. Jesus sent. That's why we celebrate Easter on that day.
A temple in
Jesus rose on a Saturday, not a Sunday.
Hey, speaking in the temple and teaching in the preaching and teaching in the church is 2 different things.
No, it's not.
I love you, girl. I ain't gonna go.
Okay. Because I'm with you too now. Just because I don't speak on my belief don't mean I don't know about it.
Hey.
I just choose not to have cool discussions.
Okay. A woman preacher, huh?
Hey, wait a minute. How you gonna look at grandma? Oh, yeah. I got to go. I love you. Bye.
Bye. I gotta dig in their ass. I don't care if it's your birthday or not. Make it make sense to me. Because, that shit say a woman ain't supposed to preach. Oh, what I was gonna do is see if I can go to Clubhouse.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not, unless you have kids to read it to, it's probably just a kid's story, but it's funny. I mean, it's nicely animated, it's nicely illustrated, sorry, and it's just a lovely little tale. Anyway, got you there.
Thanks. I love kids' books.
Explore.
All right.
Obviously is near and dear to our hearts, Brian, myself. Gerald, not so much, but you know what? You're welcome to talk.
Thank you.
This last week, Sarah Silverman, for people who don't remember, Sarah Silverman made her entire living, made her bones, her career through shock comedy. And then decided to slam the door shut behind her, pull up the ladder, and tell everyone else that they shouldn't be offensive, that they shouldn't be cutting edge, that we need to be careful about what we say. But now she is saying that she's tired of being a Democrat because of the absolutism that she's basically been their enforcer in chief in Hollywood. So here's her making the comments about her disillusion with the Democrats.
It's the absolutistness of the party I am in that is such a turnoff to me. It's so fucking elitist. You know, for something called progressive, it allows for zero progress.
I know, right?
It's all or nothing.
That's what
No
we're saying.
steps toward. All or fucking nothing. Again, righteousness porn. I think I don't want to be associated with any party anymore. It comes with too much baggage.
So do your new shows.
That are not.
It's like, this isn't comedy anymore. It's a one-woman show. Well, what does that mean? I'm going to berate you and get an award.
Yeah. But at least, I mean, with Sarah, like, I know Sarah, and I actually really like her, and I think she's a hell of a comic. I really do.
She was.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. Maybe she's not doing that stuff anymore. I know she got, I think, kicked out of the TED thing, or she got stopped when she was doing a TED Talk because she was making fun of somebody who had Down syndrome.
Oh, yeah.
But at least she's speaking about it. But the one thing I noticed is that the path to redemption is to come back to the Progressive Party, right?
Yeah.
So it's that's the only thing I'd say is that, look, we gotta give them a path to come back, but that means back toward us.
Right.
That doesn't mean you
that's
have.
what unity
It means there's no point. You have zero point of view that's valid if you are on the right.
Hey! I'm gonna be real with y'all. Didn't y'all hear the Biden's a party of unity? Okay, well, what does that mean? Come over here, or I'll Molotov cocktail y'all.
Oh, well.
There you go. It doesn't sound.
Well, she doesn't even apologize for her role in making it what it is. I think that's the irony is, like, I have made this something that I don't like and I want to leave the party.
Yeah, it's like, the Democrat Party is, she's like, man, they're so elitist. Oh, I wonder who's been talking about elitism. You've called them Nazis and populist racists. People talking about elitists, the swamp, those who no longer represent a government for the people, by the people, right? This is something we've been talking about for a long time, but why has it gotten so absolutist? Let's go to the tail of the tape, Miss Silverman.
Anyone should express themselves as they see fit. And if there are consequences, that's part of it.
Nick Cannon brought up your old tweets.
Going after them on Twitter?
Saying anything that could be perceived as homophobic?
Yeah. I'm done with that.
Yeah.
I think I can find other ways to be funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to say gay all the time. Oh, that's so gay. We're from Boston. We go, that's what we say in Boston. I have gay friends. I just say gay. And then I heard myself and I realized I was like the guy who said, what? I say colored. I have colored friends.
I say colored.
Book I just finished, Jews Don't Count by David Baddiel. He is really insightful about the conceit of Jews are rich and how racist that is.
Meet your next pillow. Why do we make our pillow in the shape of a cube? I'll tell you. The problem with pillows is that you're trying to fit a round peg into a square hole, or rather a pillow-shaped peg into a shoulder-shaped hole. This is Sydney.
Hello.
Look at the space between her head and her shoulder. It's a square.
I look like the beautiful Queen Latifah. Well, our president threw another party for himself, another rally full of laughs and cheering, all at the expense of a woman who shared her story of sexual assault. Senators, please believe me when I say this is no longer a job interview. This is a line in the sand, and you have to pick a side. And the side is no longer Republican or Democrat. Your vote is a statement.
Ironically, with Governor Cuomo, it's a face print in the sand. Get down there, you like it. Is it really? Well, what about Cuomo? What about Tara Reid and Joe Biden? The inconsistency knows no bounds. And we know this, me, Brian, we know about cancel culture. We know about all the fake Me Too that happens. Believe all women. Now it's, well, Biden had to answer, so let's let the investigation run its course. Oh, wait, hold on a second. So either we have to go back to due process, which is what we've always advocated, and throw out all of the believe all women with no evidence, or you find yourself in a tough spot. This is the issue right now. It's like, look, I understand and you want to be gracious, but it's got to sting a little bit because you made sure that people like us weren't able to speak. And by people like us, I mean half the country who elect presidents, not former vice presidents. Also, now you have Andrew Cuomo. When the left is using the word cancel culture now, unironically, you know that it was a political tool because now they're coming for them, the mob with torch and pitchfork.
The revolution eats its young.
The revolution eats
it's a snake eating its own tail.
Well, I don't think I wouldn't put Cuomo young. No. The revolution eats its Jerry, who, if they were the victim of their own nursing home policies, would be assuming room temperature, but it's pretty hard to put on a bumper sticker. Here's Cuomo right now. Here's Cuomo. I was saying he would die. All right, here's a clip of Cuomo.
People know the difference between playing politics, bowing to cancel culture, and the truth. Let the review proceed. I'm not going to resign.
Well, it almost seems like we've heard this before, but you were the ones saying cancel culture is not a thing. These same people would say, you know what, right now, look at the right talking about Dr. Seuss. Cancel, these are silly issues. Look, the banning of books is a big deal. And you can say, well, the company chose to do it, right, with Dr. Seuss. The reason they chose to do it is because you guys put legal pressure and you boycott everybody into your dogmatic secular religion. That, to me, is more important than a stimulus, because what's another few $1 trillion at this point? I'm against it. But once you start removing language, banning books, like on Amazon now,
and they are,
you can no longer have books where people who transitioned are regretting it, which is
irreparable damage. That book, which was banned. Remember, if Amazon starts banning books, publishers are going to say to authors, they're going to say, you can't write that book because I can't sell that book. No publisher is going to put money into a book that can't be sold on Amazon. Right. So it is de facto not only burning books, not only censoring books, but you're going to stop people from. There's no incentive to write a book if I can't get it out there. Right. And what it's going to do, by the way, is create a parallel economy. I think all of a sudden, the reason I like the marketplace is that now there's probably room for somebody else.
All right, don't do your Ben Shapiro advocating Bitcoin. Well, listen, when you think of cryptocurrency and the dark web, well, actually, I invested in quite a bit. And, well, geez, I'm more wealthy, but that's back.
Well, with cancel culture, the thing about Cuomo, the irony is he killed, by his policies, he killed hundreds, if not thousands of people, and that's not why they're coming after him.
I want him to be canceled for killing grandparents.
I know! They're coming after him. At the most that we know right now is inappropriate conduct towards women that was unwanted, right? That's all we know. We don't know rape.
Yeah, I don't want to do the whole people alleging he's a rapist. Right. With Cuomo, I will say, you know what? I don't think he deserves to be forced to resign for the accusations of raping. I really don't.
But killing people,
that's something we should focus on. That's where I would, for me, that's my intern's face print in the sand, is killing people. Once we've gone past that.
But you're talking about proportion now. That's crazy talk. When they were talking about Cuomo, I read some of the allegations, like he touched a woman's back inappropriately and said and asked personal questions. And that person, I've read a couple of articles that they're calling that person a survivor. I think that's a little bit insulting to women that have really gone through terrible things, or just people who survived really life-threatening situations. There's just no proportion.
After an asteroid struck my yoga studio, Vistaprint helped me pivot to hot yoga, and things have never been better.
Man.
Watch Louder with Crowder live, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern.
Hey, what's going on? It's Bill Burr, and it's time for the Monday Morning Podcast for Monday, March 15th. What's going on out? How's it going? Oh, Billy Freckles. Jamming too much into one friggin' day. Knocking out the podcast here, then I'm going to go run out and do a spot. Because I got that, that tour coming up. That one-shot tour of, I'm doing from somebody's fucking garage out here in California. That's going to be broadcasted to New Zealand and Australia. I'm very excited about that, but I'm also very excited to not bomb on it. So I have to make sure I do a bunch of spots and get ready for the thing. And overall, it's been a positive response that this is what I'm doing. But still, there's always like negative people like, "Girl, why don't you make it available to fucking everybody?" It's just like, do you really mean that's not what you're saying. What you're really saying is, why don't you make it available for me? Because you wouldn't give a fuck if somebody in Sri Lanka, it's one of my favorite fucking just countries to pull out of nowhere. You don't give a shit whether they can see the show or not, do you? It's always somebody who's got a fucking complaint. And coming from someone who complains for a living, you know, I probably got a lot of nerve. Whatever. I'm getting ready to do this, so I'm going to do a spot tonight. And I got some shit that I want to work out. I'm fucking tired because they did the stupid, what's the time change thing? Fucking moves forward. It's just the worst. I already woke up early because I had a bunch of shit I had to do today. But I knocked everything out. Everything's on the other side. I'm very happy about that. The Celtics did their thing against Houston. Beat the shit out of them the way they should have, like 130 to fucking, I don't know, 108 or something like that. Dropped 130 points on them. I missed the game. I'm very happy about that. Went out on a date with my lovely wife on Saturday night. Say, dude, why don't you come over on Saturday? We went out and got some dinner. And, you know, that's the big thing now. You can eat outside. You can eat outside as more and more people are getting vaccinated. I love all the fucking misinformation out there, man. Jesus Christ, everybody just flying around. You know, I'm all over the map right now. Sorry, people. I had a long fucking day. I gotta make sure I don't forget to say this, but Marvin Hagler, marvelous Marvin Hagler, unfortunately passed away, and he was my favorite boxer when I was growing up, and I absolutely loved that middleweight division. Hagler, Hearns, Duran, and Leonard. I mean, you had to be there. Then they had Alexis Arguello. They had all of these other divisions, just with all these champs. You know what I mean? It was pre-Tyson. So Larry Holmes was the heavyweight champ. And, you know, as much as he was knocking dudes out, like, people came in, you're like, what's going to happen here? Is he going to win? Is he going to lose? It wasn't like when Tyson came in, you're like, oh, Tyson's going to fucking kill him. But that middleweight division all fought each other, you know, a lot of them multiple times. I know Leonard fought Duran twice. Leonard fought fucking Hearns twice. Hagler once, and Hagler retired after that. But like Marvin Hagler was just my favorite. You know, he was out of Brockton, Massachusetts, and I loved the shaved head. I just thought he was a badass, you know, and I was so upset that he passed away, only 66 years old. And the greatest fight that I saw in the 80s was him versus Tommy Hearns. I'll never forget that. And I believe there was a kid I went to high school with that went to that fight. And it was just, people were just standing up. 2.5 rounds, got into round 3, and then that was it. And what I loved about Tommy Hearns was wanted to mix it up. He was this incredible fighter where he was so much taller, so he really could have stayed on the outside if he wanted to. One of the most brutal knockouts I ever fucking saw was when Hearns knocked out Duran. Jesus Christ. I thought he fucking killed. He hit him and Duran just went straight down. So maybe I talked about it on the Tyson podcast or whatever, but rest in peace to him, man. Absolute, just a champ. Total class act. And also thought the way that he left, he never came back. You know, came back years later, and you had to watch some, you know, when fighters come back and they're too fucking old, and you're just like, oh man, you know, nobody likes seeing that. You don't want to see somebody you love come back and take a beating. His last fight was an epic fight. I loved him too much to be not biased on it. I mean, I thought he won it, but it was a super, super close fight, and I don't know. I really think in a lot of ways that the judges maybe were like, well, if we give it to Leonard, Hagler's going to want a rematch and we can all get fucking paid again. The filthy game of boxing, who knows? But, so anyways, he passed away, and I was reading all these great comments about him, and then some fucking idiot's like, oh, he took the vaccine, that's why he died. Like, literally everything is about that shit now. And somebody told me, you know, I'm going to try to get the shot tomorrow, the first one, right? And somebody said the CEO of Pfizer hasn't fucking taken it yet. And then I look it up going, oh, because then I got nervous, and I look it up. It's like, yeah, we don't want to jump the line. All right? Now, look, I'm a conspiracy theorist too, but like, if you really think that they're going to try to kill all of us with this, just think about that. Just think about that. And then they're going to be alive, and there's going to be, what, 6 billion dead bodies? Like the fucking disease that would, who's going to bury all of them? You think these fucking Illuminati rich people know how to drive a bulldozer and start digging fucking holes? All right? As much as they don't like us, they need us alive to do all this shit that they don't want to do. So I don't think they would just randomly just start killing people. And I'm not buying, I don't buy in any of this stupid fucking internet horseshit anymore. Anything on the fucking internet can just, I don't give a fuck anymore, right? I don't give a shit. So I'm going to do it. I'll be the guinea pig for you guys. So, anyway, I go out with my lovely wife on Saturday night.
Blood clots. Oh, shit.
Right. And, you know, we're sitting out on the street. Went to this...
Not blood clots. Damn. She fucked that up. AstraZeneca. Interesting. Interesting. I feel like I'm getting the munchies, bro. I might need to grab me a little snacky snack. This hair is going to take a while. Alright, I need to find something to listen to.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Yeah, what up, guys? Let me go grab me something to drink and a snack real quick, and I'll be right back up there. I'm trying to work on this hair. Starting to detail it and get those finer brush strokes in there. What it do, fellas? Let me let me go grab some juice and some snacks. I'm not sure what I want to snack on. I'm definitely gonna find something. I'll be right back. Oh man. So. What's good though? What's going on? What's popping in your neck of the woods? Today is my sister's birthday. I was on a little call with her earlier on FaceTime while she was at church. But that's a blessing. Yeah, yo. My sister turned 42 today. So I just got a message from Black Scranton. We have a monthly board meeting. And our meeting was scheduled for this evening at 5:30. But aging with grace. But our president, she said her mentor is in town and she's going to be catching up with her mentor this evening.
Sir, we're gonna postpone our board meeting tonight. Which is pretty cool, so. Haven't heard much from Alex lately, bro. To be honest. So that is what it is. Oh my god, I stay rolling over this fucking cord. So yeah, my sister turns 42 years old today. Yeah, Sunday board meetings. I mean, none of us are like uber religious or anything like that, or you know, we just picked whatever. We were looking for the last week of the month or something like that. The last week of each month to have our meetings. So like whatever days, like it's not really, I don't know. And it's just Zoom anyway, so everybody's doing that shit from home. You know. But we were gonna discuss what do we want to do for Juneteenth this year, which is June the 19th, which is only a few months away. So we definitely need to put together a Juneteenth program and start advertising what we plan on doing. So that's the main thing for our next meeting, whenever that's going to be. And then Juneteenth is, yeah, I think Juneteenth is our next big event. I don't think we have anything coming up prior to that. And I'm actually vice president of the Black Parent Project now. My homie wrote a meme. My name is Joe, and I ain't no hoe. Keep it going. I wrote, my name is Prince, and I got a long fence. Keep it going. Gonna need a bylaw to change that looking ass. I don't want board meetings on Sundays. My name is Joe, and I ain't no hoe. That's Slash and his mom. Yo, this juice is so good, yo. Some pomegranate, peach, mango. I don't know what the fuck that shit is, but damn, that shit tastes good as shit. It's basically Kool-Aid, but like expensive Kool-Aid. You know, I gotta have expensive shit. You know, even my Kool-Aid gotta be expensive. Damn, we've been in here for 3 hours already? That's crazy. Alright, I might do like 3.5 hours. And then take a little break. Take a little breaky break. Yo, art in the dark. Hey man, could use a smart, savvy ass motherfucker, man. Goddamn geeky nerd looking ass nigga. I might need some help, bro. I'm trying to figure out how to make a non-fungible token from my wallet, but I can't transfer my crypto. If you catch my drift. Any suggestions for your boy? Killcliff. I don't even like the way that shit sound. I don't even like how that sound. Oh, you know, I should ask my man Puff, yo. I might have to call Puff. But a lot of people are trying to make these fucking NFTs. And a lot of people on my social media is like, oh, as soon as you figure it out, let me know. Nigga, I'm trying to get somebody else who already got it figured out to let me know how to do that shit. Cause I thought it was just gonna be like wham bam thank you ma'am, but I don't know, that shit got me confused as hell, yo. I keep getting all these weird ass messages about your bank transfers and your wallet transfers, and you can only transfer a maximum amount of so many percentage point. I don't know, man. I need some help with that shit, yo. I'm trying to. I'm talking about the next wave, man. The next wave, bro. Crypto art, man. Cryptocurrency art, man. Non-fungible tokens, man. NFTs, bro. NFTs. Blockchain art, man. It's weird shit, bro, but I need some help figuring this shit out, man. Motherfuckers is selling digital art for thousands of dollars, bro. It's selling digital art for thousands of dollars. But you gotta convert your art into a token. A token that can't be changed. So that when somebody buys the digital token that your art represents, they know it comes from an original source. And once they buy it, it is a legit purchase, and they are the only person who owns that digital token that transfers into your art. It's a digital art they selling, bro. And so So once you make a token, it's called non-fungible because you can't change it. I guess fungible means able to be changed, and non-fungible means you can't change it. There's once you make your art into this non-fungible token, it can't change and nobody can't change that shit. And then you can put that token online and sell that shit, yo. But in order to put it online, you gotta pay to the service, right? The service provider for all your transactions and stuff. These motherfuckers only accept cryptocurrency. So now you gotta buy some cryptocurrency, right? So you can pay the service provider to advertise your crypto art. But you can only spend cryptocurrency from your wallet, your crypto wallet. So now you gotta buy some cryptocurrency and then get a wallet. And then you gotta put some currency in your wallet and then use your wallet to make transactions such as publishing a non-fungible token. I understand all of that stuff, right? The one thing I can't get, man, is for some reason I can't get my currency into my wallet. I have cryptocurrency. I have a crypto wallet. I can't take my currency and put it in my wallet so I can spend it from my wallet onto the blockchain. And I've been trying to do this for 2 days. But I guess I'll just I guess I'll just watch some YouTube videos later on today and see if somebody can explain this shit to me. Alright. Let me work on this hair a little bit more.
I chose Russell Sage College because of the nice small community and just the connections that I was able to easily make.
You know, everybody knows each other, and you know, I really like that inclusive environment.
Ladies and gentlemen, Matt Dillahunty joins me, Derek Lambert, here on Mythvision Podcast. We're going to talk about atheism, deism, theism, you name it, poltergeist, cryptophasms. Thanks to Steven Nelson for the slides. I really appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit this like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell so you're notified every time Mythvision drops a video, and join the Patreon. I've got hundreds of videos that have not been released to YouTube that are only on Patreon. So I hope you guys join me. It's down in the description. Let's get into Matt Dillahunty. Vision. Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. I'm your host, Derek Lambert. You guys see the guests that I have. You see the caliber I'm bringing to the table. It's Matt Dillahunty. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing really well. How are you?
Doing good, man. I figured I'd give you a break away from the atheist experience, bashing Christians in the head, and come hang out with another atheist for a moment. And let me learn from you and hear how you might respond to some ideas and really kick it with you on the show. There's some hot stuff that's been going on lately. Cameron from Capturing Christianity's calling Apologia out.
And apologized.
Yes, and then had a recent video today you might want to go check out. I'm not so sure how strong that apology was. It's complicated, but
it was
yeah.
weak. I cut Cameron off. I cut Cameron off after he dishonestly represented me. So.
Yeah, there's a video that was put out yesterday pertaining to you and Apologia from Mike Licona and Gary Habermas, I believe. Did you see that one yet?
No, I didn't watch it, but I jumped in the last couple of minutes because people kept sending me a link, and I was like, well, you guys could have just invited me here to talk rather than, talk with me instead of about me. But I don't expect any better. And, Mike Licona and I debated the resurrection, and he showed up with stories about Ouija boards and moving trash cans to the resurrection. So, and then evidently the two of them were convinced I was a mythicist. So they mentioned that during their review of, it's like they keep demonstrating they don't have a clue what I'm talking about, what my position is, anything.
Wow. Yeah, I didn't get that far into the video. They were just picking at who were witnesses, and they really focused on Apologia when I saw it. I didn't get to the part where they deal with you, I guess, or try to at least. So today, I figure we'd go into some interesting conversation. It would be more than one topic, of course. While I have you, I might as well touch on different things. And I have some slides I'm going to show you. But I guess it'd be best to introduce it with a clip that you had with Shannon Q, and kind of hear what you had to say there, because in that video, you're touching on some of the subject matter that we're going to be talking about with poltergeist and ghosts and various strange phenomena that people are willing to believe. Even if you're not a Christian, there are people who still believe in these experiences and these things that they have.
Are you both materialists? This is a quick little question, I guess. I'm just curious to know what both of you would think about this. Are you both materialists?
Philosophically, no.
Philosophically, no.
No, I'm a methodological naturalist, not a philosophical naturalist or philosophical materialist. I would not go to the extent of asserting that the material world is all that exists. It's just all that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you wouldn't require a materialistic explanation for God's existence then?
Materialistic explanations are all that I can accept until somebody demonstrates a non-material explanation and shows that it is in fact viable and correct. I don't know how anybody would do that. It, as far as I can tell, has never been done. So I'm not requiring a materialistic explanation for God. I'm requiring a sound explanation for God, and I don't think that there are any sound explanations that appeal to the supernatural.
So it just has to be a good argument, basically, more so than being able to empirically or epistemologically demonstrate it, or?
No, it needs to be epistemologically sound. There needs to be some demonstration. You can't just come up with an abstract, convoluted argument. There needs to be some evidence, because would you agree that either some God exists or no gods exist?
Or you cannot know, of course, which is where
No. Why is it that I can ask a simple, straightforward question, which you should agree with, and you seem to, and then you went on to something that's completely irrelevant? I said, I said that either some gods exist or no God exists, and you wanted to add whether or not we know about it. That's irrelevant. Either I've got stop interrupting. Either I've got $50 in my wallet or I don't. Whether you know about it or not is irrelevant.
I think he was thinking about belief positions.
So, either some gods exist or no gods exist, right?
Sure, yeah.
Now, if no gods exist, we're done, correct? We don't need to spend any more time on this. Obviously we'd have to find a way to demonstrate that, but if no gods exist, then any arguments for gods must be fallacious, even if we don't know.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please?
If no God exists, then any argument for a God must be fallacious, even though we are not necessarily aware of that.
course, yeah. I mean, if God doesn't exist, then you wouldn't be able to argue that God exists in a way that wouldn't be fallacious, yeah?
Sure. So we must be talking, in order to have any sort of discussion about this, we must be talking about the proposition that some God exists. Now, if some God exists, but that God is completely impervious to detection in the material world at all, no way this God does not interact with the material world. There's nothing detectable within the material world about it. That God's existence and non-existence, there is no way to distinguish between those two cases for us, correct?
Okay, so I want to pause there, and the reason, and look, that's all I had from you on that, okay? I want to have you comment, of course, because this sets the groundwork for the discussion. I think that's going to be great. We're not just going to be talking about gods. We're not going to be talking about deities or a deity. We're not talking about just theism and deism, but we've been doing an interesting little thing with Anthony Magnabosco. Yesterday we had Shannon Q on, and she had fun with this, and we were talking about poltergeists, ghosts, weird, strange spirit phenomena, that people believe in. And so I figured, why not bring on Matt, and let's have a good conversation delving into this topic. And so before we get started, because you deal with Christians all the time, Matt, and I can tell oftentimes your patience is flustered. I mean, you're like, dude, did you not hear what I just said? Like, I'm not trying to trick you. And I think Christians think you're trying to trick them into a corner. Like this guy right here, for example, it felt like he didn't listen to you, and he thought you were trying to trick him by saying, then no God exists. If no God exists, then there's not really going to be an argument that's going to work. Well, hold on, repeat that again. Don't make me say that no God exists. So I ask you, correct me if I mess this up, because I don't have an exact quote from you, but I know theists are very critical of various statements you've made to the effect that you don't know what evidence would convince you of the existence of God. I think the critique that gets leveled at you for this is that it's somehow hypocritical because you affirm that you don't believe in God because of a lack of evidence. Yet you're seemingly not open, they say, to any evidence. Could you respond to this and maybe explain your position to people who might not understand exactly what you mean? Because they will say, as you know, Matt, you are closed off. You're not even willing to like put out a potential explanation like of what maybe could convince you or something. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sorry that their claim can't be justified, but that's not my problem. Close to it. What it is so that this actual the call that you picked, it's like, oh, are you guys materialists? And I've had to go through and explain that. Well, would you only accept material evidence for God? No, I would accept any evidence for God, provided you demonstrated the efficacy of that evidence. I don't see any way to demonstrate the truth of anything supernatural. I've gone over this many, many times. People say, ooh, X is supernatural. I don't believe in anything supernatural. I don't know how you could show that something was supernatural. But as soon as somebody demonstrates that there is a supernatural realm, that they can reliably produce evidence for it, then the supernatural would join the natural in accepted evidence within sound methodology. It's not me that's saying, I won't accept the supernatural. It's saying, I won't accept the supernatural until you demonstrate that it's real, that's a part of this. And so, oh, you're closed, Matt, because you won't accept. Well, you're right. I won't accept that your storybook told you and that that's enough. I won't accept, as was the case when Mike Licona and I debated the resurrection. I debate about whether or not it was reasonable to accept the resurrection, whether or not there was sufficient evidence for the resurrection, and he presented two arguments. The first one was the facts about reality strongly suggest that reality has a supernatural component. And his second one was historical facts strongly suggest that the resurrection occurred. Now, that's two completely different arguments, and only one of them is relevant, because we weren't talking about how a resurrection occurred. We were talking about whether a resurrection occurred. And so he spent most of his time trying to argue that, oh, well, we've got reports of trash can lids moving and Ouija boards flying around and all these things that must be supernatural. And I'm like, wow, you are so absolutely wrong. Reports of a trash can moving don't mean that there's something supernatural. Just because you don't have an explanation doesn't mean that there's something supernatural. But set all that aside. It was, did this happen? Not, how did this happen? And so they're like, oh, well, you're just close to it. No, I'm not going to accept that somebody is divine, supernatural, raised from the dead, just based on stories. That's ridiculous. You need more evidence in that. And by the way, if in fact your God is real, your God should easily have been able to understand this problem, even though you can't, and provide the evidence that we're looking for. I'm not closed to evidence. I'm closed to bad evidence.
And we have justifiable reasons with other sources to know exaggerations take place and that this happens often. So to act like, and I don't mean people die and rise often, I'm saying claims, outrageous claims by many people, many teachers, many messianic figures, if you will, throughout history. What makes this one special? Of course, Christians always like to make that, but how come they don't allow the other to be true? Of course, they have that we're right, they're wrong mentality. So I figured that question to ask you for the record. Just play with me here, Matt. I know I'm not trying to pin you down, but for anyone who's thinking he's closed off, could you hypothetically, just hypothetically, give an example of something that might be like, whoa, that might make me think, let me consider researching or looking deeper into this. Could there be an example, a loved one coming back from the dead, or...
Sure, yeah. Things that would make me go, wow, I wonder what the explanation for that is. I don't see a naturalistic explanation. The problem is, no matter how many things might make me think that, we have no way to test for the supernatural. We have no mechanism to investigate the supernatural. And so until there is some demonstration that, hey, this is beyond nature and we've identified it, then it's all just stuck in the I don't know category. But the problem is that all these examples, and Lakota did this during the debate, and other people have too. Oh, what if there was writing on the moon? It said, I am the Lord thy God, and it said it in all these different languages that everybody could read. Well, you know what? That shit never happens.
That's what I said to Shannon. I said that yesterday to Shannon because I played an example out in my head. I said, look, if this happened, I'd have to beg the question, is something going on? Like my grandfather died 3 years ago. I saw him buried. If he came back and said, look, all my decomposition was reversed, I'm back, God did it, and was able to prove with thumbprint, like, I know it's you, I would have some serious, I'd be like, look, man, there's something possibly going on here. But I looked at Shannon and said, when does that happen? And she's like, it doesn't happen. So we can talk like, well, are we open-minded to that? Yeah, you're open-minded. You just said on record. However, give me a real example, not in a book 2,000 years ago by someone who claiming to be eyewitness. They say Matt or Paul was, that he saw the risen Christ. Yeah, but that even in Paul's writing, it's like he didn't know Jesus on earth. And how do we know he didn't just trip on mushrooms or have a real hallucination apart from taking any substance and see the Lord? So
how do we know he even had the experience that he's purported to have had?
Good point.
And by the way, this stuff is only a problem. In fact, a God behind all this. This God should absolutely understand all of the problems that I'm identifying and that other people are identifying. And there's no way an intelligent, wise governor of the universe would proclaim its message through inspiration of a handful of people in languages that are going to die out and change and provide nothing else to future generations other than these stories. Because any God that's even half as smart as I am should be able to identify that, wow, just leaving a bunch of stories without anything to back it up, that's not going to be very convincing to people. And not only is it not going to be convincing, it shouldn't be convincing. Mm-hmm. The people who are buying it have failed a gullibility test. And so there's actually, you talk about Pascal's wager, there were versions of the atheist wager, which is maybe this is all a test to see who's gullible or not. And the people who aren't gullible enough to adopt a position that they don't have good evidence for, those are the ones that get to go to the special afterlife. I don't know. It's not particularly fun. It's bullshit either way, and it's particularly mean because if there's a God that created me and gave me a brain that tells me how the universe works, and then failed to provide sufficient evidence for the most important thing ever, which is, hey, what must one do to be saved, and what's going to happen to me in an afterlife, and yet rewards the people who just, okay, yep, my grandma told me and my pastor told me, so I'm just going to leave it. I don't want anything to do with him anyway. He's either grossly immoral or dumber than a sack of hammers.
A sack of hammers.
Yeah, people, I think, are driven by emotion, and there's already the bias there. So it's like, I know guys who, in the past, whose women, for example, this is irrelevant to deity, but I think it plays in the same vein, their women are cheating on them, and they don't want to know. They're like, I accept that they don't want to know the truth, but they kind of do. But they'd rather be comfortable than to lead down that path. And you know, I talked to them like, look, dude, you know, what do you want to do about it? And they act like it's a problem. See, if it wasn't a problem to them, then, you know, this would not even be in a discussion. But that idea of just experiencing it and having a connection, sometimes people are dumber than a box of rocks. Like you said, they know or they have the hunch, but they can't let go. They have an emotional attachment.
A box of rocks.
And I see that happen with Christianity all the time.
Box of rocks is a little more common.
You can present them with facts all day on that, and I just don't see them being willing to take that leap. At some point, a switch goes off, and they're willing. But I know that I was afraid. I must admit, I was scared, and I know that you have a past as a Christian as well. I was scared at first, like, what am I letting go of? I'm entering the unknown. I didn't know what the hell was on the other side.
I've heard dumb as a piece of broccoli.
Like, wow, there's a much better world out there than I thought.
Motherfucking dumb as
Yeah,
a piece of
it's
broccoli.
religions prey on fear, and
How
where
is
they
it
don't
smart?
have a real fear to address, something like a fear of dying or a fear of loneliness, they make things up. And once upon a time, I remember someone saying that religions convince you you're poisoned and then offer you the antidote. But that's not true, because what's really happening is they're convincing you that you're poisoned when you're not, and they're offering you the homeopathic remedy, because even the remedy isn't going to do what they're supposed to do.
Good point.
It's like, oh, let me throw you overboard and then toss you a lifesaver. That's the way they look at Jesus. You know, God created the entire world, knowing what was going to happen, and when sin was brought into the world, that's essentially us being thrown overboard. And now there's a God sitting there with a life preserver. Actually, no, there's a guy on the edge of the boat with a life preserver that says,
God,
this is from God. If you just say you love God, I'll toss you this life preserver type of thing.
And they're the ones who told you that you're sick, or you're on a distorted path.
I had this with Ray Comfort. I was going to say, like, I don't feel like I'm drowning, but Ray Comfort told this story about, hey, if your house was on fire and your neighbor came over to tell you that your house is on fire, then that would be a really kind thing, and that's all that Christians are doing. They know that your house is on fire, and they're telling you. And for me, it would be like a neighbor that kept coming over at 2 a.m. to wake me up to tell me my house is on fire, and then we go look, and we don't find any fire, and we don't go back to sleep, and then we go back. It wakes me up the next night, doing this over and over and over again for centuries, and there's never any fire.
That's like, you gotta say, dude, are you schizophrenic? Like, what's going on? Is there mental health issues? Obviously, no. They're just horrible. It's a horrible belief system that obviously causes them to think this way about humanity. I hate that. I want to try and obviously break those walls down, as do you. You know Steve McRae?
I know of him, and I believe we've interacted once or twice. I've had him blocked for years.
Yeah, he's produced hours and hours of content criticizing you and Arn Ra over this whole definition of atheism issue. And I've been bringing him up on the show a lot recently, so I really hope I don't end up on a shit list, because I honestly haven't really taken the time to understand his side of the issue, but I have read Richard Carrier's summary of his discussion with him, and Carrier's perspective appears to be pretty reasonable to me. Could you explain to me, maybe to the audience as well, in detail how this whole conflict started, and tell us where you stand on this today?
I have no idea. Legitimately, I don't listen to anything that Steve says anymore. Steve has been hung up on this notion that everybody's agnostic, and that, I don't even know what his position is anymore, or what he's upset about, because I stopped listening to him years ago. He's like a dog with a bone. I pointed out a long time ago, I don't care what label somebody uses.
Right.
Now, by and large, when people in the atheist community say atheist, they mean someone who does not believe in a God. They're not saying this is someone who affirms there is no God, which is a subset of that. And so I think they both apply. Now, I'm not fond of lack theist as a description, but non-theist and atheist are synonymous for me when I'm talking about these things. And I'll make clarifications between them to talk about hard atheism and soft atheism, which is the difference between saying, I'm convinced there is no God, that would be hard or strong atheism, and then I'm not convinced that there is a God, which would be weak or soft atheism. But they're both atheism. Mm-hmm. And so one of the problems is that if belief is a subset of knowledge,
I'm just not convinced.
Like, if knowledge is a subset of belief. So here's a set of things I believe, and some subset of those things I know. And so people want to say that, you could be an agnostic theist, which is someone who believes there's a God.
I'm not a hard atheist.
But you couldn't
I'm not going to say there is no God, and there will never be a God. It's just that you got to prove where's the God at.
All these
That's what I was gonna
stories.
say. I don't feel like I can call myself an atheist, but I can call myself agnostic. And I know like it's like the same, but it's not the same. Cause like it's just I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at, yo. Show me a God, and I'll believe in it.
I mean, I feel like there's a possibility too. Like some people are just straight up like, no, you gotta show me. Like, yeah, you have to show me, but do I believe that there could be something else, like another species out there, or gods or demigods? Sure, maybe, but maybe like you said, you can't prove that shit, so it don't really matter.
Yep. Yeah, I just I don't know. Show it to me. Bring your God hither.
Atheist because you don't have a positive belief. You could be an agnostic strong atheist in the sense that I believe there are no gods, but I don't claim to know.
That's where I actually rest personally. I believe there aren't any gods, not because I have omniscience or I know with certainty. No, I believe there aren't because like every time I've gone to try and examine this thing, the definition of God has to somehow try to back up and follow the scientific evidence. Oh, well, God was part of the evolutionary process. Big Bang.
I don't have to be. You don't have to be omniscient. I actively believe there is not a dead human body in the back of my truck. I actively believe that now. Now, it's possible that between coming inside and coming on the podcast, that somebody went out, broke in my truck, and stuck a dead body in the bed of the truck, and I just don't know it.
Not a good example.
And I haven't even looked in the bed of my truck in ages. And yet, I actively believe there is not a dead body in my trunk, because every time I've gone out to look at it, well, not trunk, bed, every time I've gone out to investigate it, no body. And so every time somebody comes up and says, hey, man, there's a body in the back of your truck. No, there's not. I don't have to go look anymore. Stop wasting my time. Well, you seem really closed off. No, I'm not closed off to evidence. You have no new evidence. There's nothing new in the thousands of years that we've been dealing with this. You keep coming and saying my house is on fire. You keep coming and saying there's a body in my trunk. And I just keep saying, no, there's not. Or you have to come with something to demonstrate that this is true. How would you do that? Well, it'd be really easy. Let's go out, lower the tailgate, look inside, because my bed's covered. If there was a body there, we'd see it. We'd know it. We'd be able to investigate it. And yet, curiously, every time we go look, nothing. Just like the fire.
This goes right into the entire conversation on the poltergeist, if you will. So I will be sharing my screen here and showing you slide 1, which goes in, I'm just going to read here for a second. In order to recontextualize the discussion about the belief in God, we can reframe the discussion in terms of a belief in ghosts. And this is just an example. We threw this together. It's kind of fun. Let's say there are two types of ghosts. One is analogous to the theistic God, and the other is analogous to a deistic God. A poltergeist is like the theistic God of the Bible, a detectable manifest entity that causes supernatural events. So evidence of the existence of the poltergeist is expected if one indeed exists. For example, I guess we can give, before I go into the cryptophasm, which is the ghost that doesn't manifest itself in physical world, which is compared to the deist God. So there's no evidence of the existence of a cryptophasm is not necessarily expected, since by definition it's undetected by deism. As far as the poltergeist goes, and I've asked this John Long,
I didn't write the post. I didn't come up with that meaning.
But this is the thing, right?
Case against
this is my issue, right? People always say,
a theistic
he identifies black, and then when a person like me turns around and says I'm black, they say, oh, you're denouncing your whiteness,
according to the
right?
stories. Over and over to give examples of things that I think today, if we observed a lot of this stuff, we would have some serious questions. I mean, obviously, so fictional sounding. You got the sun standing still.
That's the only reason I posted this.
I didn't know his mom was black.
We'd have good reason to say
this or that or whatever. If you don't want to call him black or whatever, fine. I didn't know his mom was black.
In the physical world, something that doesn't usually happen. Doesn't mean we won't try to rule out a physical explanation, a natural explanation in some sense.
If I'm not 100%
But
Asian,
if there was
I'm
a
still
way
Asian,
in which the book tried to
that's the
describe
point.
these
He's
things,
still black.
would
but
you
he still has one black parent? I don't understand.
Do you see an interesting, I guess, comparison here with the poltergeist, the cryptophasm between deism and theism? Could you see anything?
I was going to say, I didn't write the post. I don't even care about none of that shit. I just didn't know he had a black mom. And everything else, everything else is whatever you take.
And not to mention the fact that somebody can give something properties while also claiming that it's undetectable. which
credit
means
black people for
you're
the stuff that
claiming to
they've
detect
done
the
in
undetectable.
music
You are
history.
knowing
Especially
things
like,
about
and
the
he's
unknown.
considered like one of the
That's the same thing for the deistic
guitar
which is, I'm opposed
everywhere.
to
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not
religious
saying,
stuff,
like,
but
there are a lot of black
when people come up and say,
guitar,
well, I'm a
just
deist,
saying
I'm
on
not a theist,
big scale,
I believe in a God
most
that
of them are
doesn't
people when it comes to music are
interact with the
producers,
world in any
rappers,
detectable
singers,
way.
you know what I mean?
And I'm like, so you're detecting the undetectable.
People who play guitar
I mean,
and
that's
shit, but
that's
it's
beyond silly.
not,
I mean, of all the things that,
few, basically.
people can
So it's
laugh
like,
at
yo, it's just black history,
Mormonism
like, why
or
you shitting on it?
Scientology or Christianity
Furthermore,
or Islam.
mixed people
Oh my gosh, these people, they believe such
what the fuck
ridiculous
they
things.
are, but if they feel
But
as
not
though they
me.
wanna be
I'm
black
a
and they
deist.
choose
Well, I think what deists believe is even more
Like
ridiculous.
I said, he's
And
gonna watch
the
that
people
white
who are
light out of
arguing
his
on behalf of a
mainstream.
cryptoplasm who decided to name the thing that doesn't exist.
Interesting.
I can't detect it in any case.
Yeah,
Like,
she
that's
does
not
that a lot.
poltergeist
though,
and gods. Yeah, I agree that the way most
She won't comment on my art
Abraham,
or a lot of others.
and others have been presented. They should be detectable.
won't comment
They do
on my art or a
interact
lot of
with
other
reality
stuff, but
in a detectable
every once
way.
in a while she'll
the
just
same way
pop
the
in on some
poltergeist
shit
would.
like
And yet
that.
somehow we can't confirm either of them. So yeah, I to the extent that there's something there, it's on the top half of the line. On the bottom half of the line.
Oh well, I don't know which comment you're
manifest in
talking
any
about, but the
detectable
one
way
comment that
is
I did respond
absolutely
to was
completely indistinguishable from something that does not exist
He
in any way.
identifies as.
And you can't tell
Oh,
the
no.
difference. And so what they're doing is they're saying,
no, not that one. The
Here's
lady was like,
non-existence.
"Well, why does
I want to cordon off
this
this
start
stuff
with
which
why does this have to
claim that
piss
it
people
exists,
off?"
but it's
or-
undetectable.
Interesting.
And I think that
Labeling
guy is
something
mixed,
that I
actually.
think
The guy who
some of
said
these
that,
things
I think
they're
he's
giving these
mixed.
labels to
There are some
probably
mixed people
come from
who
some
identify
type
as
of
mixed. Like me, I've always
hyperactive
identified as black
agency or
until
something
I've
within
gotten
our
a lot of
minds or
scrutiny
voices
overdoing
we
that
hear.
shit.
Who knows what it
Because
is,
it's
but
what
there's
I've
a
always
natural
been told to identify
explanation
as. So now I
for
always
why
say,
we
well,
have
I'm
it.
a mixed black woman.
That's just
I
my
don't know what else to call
Evolution's
myself.
for humans being
Because I'm
wrong.
black.
That doesn't mean
I'm
that we can look at any given claim about a god or a poltergeist or anything else and say that's bull and we can debunk it and there must be a natural explanation. That is philosophical naturalism. That the natural world's all that exists. It's a position I have rejected because I
just now started having an opportunity.
that is a
to do
closed
that.
mind.
That's what I'm saying.
That is
People
saying
identify
nothing
as
but
what
the
they
natural
are.
world exists. And I'm saying I don't know if anything more than the natural world exists, but the natural world is what I can interact with and what I can see and test and
Other
present
shit
evidence
like that. But like
If
my
there's something
driver's
beyond the
license says
natural world,
African American on it.
we would need good evidence
So that's
for
what
it,
I'm
not
wondering
just
what they identify
stories. When you watch, like I can't stand to watch them, but if you watch any of the ghost hunter shows, they're going out there and they've got their gadgets. This is actually not a gadget from Ghost Hunter. This is my Zoom H6, but it looks like something
No, that good jerky
gadget
still in
with.
there.
And they're running around. It reminds me of like the Scientologists with their e-meters, the couple of tin cans, and all this other stuff. Oh, can you hear that? Can you hear that noise and the static, the electronic voice phenomenon? And it's all just. While there may be cool things about it that we might discover something, we could discover something. Probably more likely to discover something about humans' ability to find patterns in static than the notion that there is a pattern in the static. That's to me more interesting. The fact that humans, I can take acid and look at a wood grain and have it turn into a strawberry and it flies off and does a lap around my head.
Oh, wow.
And yet there are people who have experiences like that either on drugs or off drugs, but think that those are real.
Right.
When I took drugs and saw the super strawberry, I mentioned this when I was talking with Jordan Peterson. When I saw super strawberry, I didn't immediately reach the conclusion that super strawberry was real and from a realm of strawberry people who had an important message for me, and that the only way for me to get that message was for me to get high as a kite and sit there and wait for the strawberries to show up. No, I just went, oh, that's cool.
I've done lots of drugs myself too, and not to brag about it. I mean, I'm glad I am where I am now, and I learned what I learned, but I got to see things, and I know that.
This entrepreneur brand logo was done by a top freelancer on Fiverr. Is simply wow. Those stylized brand guidelines that your designers can easily follow. Also,
induced. But I also know for the people who go, I didn't do drugs. That's the first thing they say to me, and I go, you do know your brain is full of these chemicals, right? Like you do know that you have the potential by yourself without taking acid or taking these mushrooms or potentially doing too much meth and ending up in a psychosis. You can experience these things or see things. And I know people with mental health problems that don't do any of that stuff that have said they've had conversations with Jesus and heard voices back. I've heard your show. People call in and go, what do I do with these voices? And you're like, well, look, try the medicine, like go to the doctor, tell me if those voices disappear when you're off your medicine or if they're on,
It's something we as humans tend to overlook, and that's because, by and large, most of us think we're normal. Most of us think, we're not like those people, whatever the category is. And so if you imagine and you line up 100 people, and 5 of them are tripping balls on and 5 of them have some sort of a strong mental illness that is producing hallucinations that are roughly on par. Then you look at the other 90, and people want to say, all of these people are normal, so any experience they have is clearly not in one of those other 2 categories. But wouldn't it make more sense if there was a spectrum where different brains are more adept at that sort of thing? Just like there are people who have better imaginations or better artistic skill, or who can do the lucid dreaming stuff. I can't lucid dream. I don't even remember my dreams. I know that I have them because I've been, seen REM, and I've woken up from them on rare occasions. But it just seems more likely that rather than saying 90% of people are normal, and then there's these exceptions of people who are either high or have some sort of problem with their brain, hey, we're on a spectrum. And so that deja vu sensation, or that weird hallucination that you saw, or when you thought you saw something out of the corner of your eye and you immediately looked at it and said, there's nothing there. But if you'd have kept looking straight and just left it out of the corner of your eye, maybe your brain would have invented a whole story about it. We like to think that there's nothing wrong with this. And the truth is, our brains are horribly broken. We are pattern recognition machines, and we're going to get it wrong. And we're only punished for getting it wrong in one direction. If the bushes move and you think there's a monster and you run away from it, you continue to live whether there was a monster or not. But if you think there's not a monster and you go into the bushes and there's a monster, you die.
Good point. And that's, I think that goes into hyperactive agency. It's better to assume agency's there even if it isn't. And that's why I think we're prone to believe in things that aren't there rather than, being skeptical. We're kind of born with that imposition. Would you agree that that's something we're kind of naturally prone to?
We know about. I mean, the thing I was describing is often described as like type 1 and type 2 errors, where one's a false positive, one's a false negative, and the impact for that is completely different. But yeah, you can't have a brain that is really primed for pattern recognition that can be wrong and not have it happen. It's going to be the case that we're going to make those mistakes. The key is to understand sometimes my brain is going to get something wrong. Sometimes what I think I see isn't what's actually there. And this is why when people say, you won't believe anything anybody says. That's not true. If somebody came to me and said, hey, last night I was abducted by aliens, my first thought isn't, this is a big fat liar. My first thought is, I believe that this person is honestly trying to convey something that happened to them. I don't believe the explanation that they're giving. I don't believe that, that aliens actually abducted them. But I wonder what could have happened to them and what their reasoning is to reach that conclusion. Stuff happens all the time. The biggest difference between a more rigid skeptic like myself and some of the people who call the show is that when weird things happen to me, I go, wow, that was weird. Don't know what it was. Can I investigate it? And if yes, then I'll take a look. And if no, then it's like, well, that was a weird. I just dismiss it because I know it's a waste of time for me to start investigating something that can't be investigated. So the cryptoplasm or whatever it was.
Yeah, cryptophasm, I think it is. That's interesting. That's what I'm starting to do is, I don't know, where would you label me if I say that I am trying to, and I'm doing this on purpose, trying to look for natural explanations on purpose. I mean, I am trying to do that because I always solve things with, for example, I just interviewed Jesus from Australia, by the way, a guy who claims to be Jesus. And, really, really kind to the guy, of course. I let him, say what he thinks and why. This crazy story about how he remembers 2,000 years, all this stuff. Then I interviewed someone who was a follower of his who got shot. The guy told me that when I said, what about voices? Because this guy, AJ, who claims to be Jesus, says, we asked him where Joseph Smith was in the rings of hell, because there's no burning place in his world. there's levels, and after you die, you still raise in levels, right? So I said, where's Joseph Smith? And he looked to the side, and he said, I don't know. Let me ask. He turned his head, and then he came right back and goes, he's in the third rank of hell. And I go, hold on, did you just ask spirits just now? And he said, yes, on air. This is on camera. Like, anyone can go check it out. And I asked one of his followers, look, what's going on? Is he completely delusional? What's he suffering from? Is he making this up?
AJ from Australia.
I did assume this because he's a cult leader. He claims to be Jesus. He's got plenty of reason to make people believe it more for that power. And there are people who thinks he's a narcissist.
The one guy we watched,
he said,
with, all the Asian girls though, like that.
Nothing miraculous. And that he said he hasn't connected with his father yet, just like Jesus in the first century had to be baptized and connect with his father in some way before he could perform miracles. That's his excuse. But the guy who followed him said
that's not completely accurate either.
Right, exactly. But I mean, the guy has a strange new agey type of beliefs. And the guy who followed him, who was shunned, said, well, schizophrenia, those voices, that's the spirit realm.
Does he remember his former life as Jesus?
That's what he says. He said that.
So then he can speak Aramaic.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, and he's Australian. You know, that's not only the bummer. Like, dude, he went into this ridiculous. I don't even know why I bring this up, but he said that his wife today is Mary Magdalene. That was his wife in the first century too, by the way. He said, and Mary was.
I can't. Wait, I don't know. I can't go no further. I gotta find this guy, yo. I gotta
I want to
see.
hear this thing about his wife, though.
Okay.
Just that part.
Her father from ages 6 to 12 and then sold into prostitution.
Oh.
He said this on air. It's just I had to mention that detail because it was just one of the craziest things.
Go back.
And I asked one of his followers, look, what's going on? Is he completely delusional? What's he suffering from? Is he making this up and lying on purpose? I did assume this because he's a cult leader. He claims to be Jesus. He's got plenty of reason to make people believe it more for that power. And there are people who thinks he's a narcissist. Well, he said,
what can Jesus do?
Nothing miraculous.
What Jesus do?
And that he said he hasn't connected with his father yet, just like Jesus in the first century had to be baptized and connect with his father in some way before he could perform miracles. That's his excuse. But the guy who followed him said
that's not completely accurate either.
Right, exactly. But I mean, the guy has a strange new agey type of beliefs. And the guy who followed him, who was shunned, said, well, schizophrenia, those voices, that's the spirit realm.
Does he remember his former life as Jesus?
That's what he says. He said that.
So then he can speak Aramaic.
No.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Yeah, and he's Australian. You know, that's not only the bummer. Like, dude, he went into this ridiculous. I don't even know why I bring this up, but he said that his wife today is Mary Magdalene. That was his wife in the first century too, by the way. He said, and Mary was molested by her father from ages 6 to 12 and then sold into prostitution. He said this on air. It's just I had to mention that detail because it was just one of the craziest things in the interview, other than him talking to the spirit realm and saying Joseph Smith's in the third ring of hell. I was just like, who says that about their wife? You know, like,
why would Jesus think there were rings of hell? That's not biblical either.
He says the Bible's a lot of mythology and it's not accurate.
Oh, that's a good cover. I'm the real Jesus, and the one that you guys believe in all those years, that's in a book full of mythology, and it gets it all wrong. Yeah. So then the question becomes, if Jesus, Australian Jesus, disagrees with the Bible, and he says he's right, how can we prove that?
You can't. And I asked him that, and you know what he said? I said, what about the Russian Jesus? And the Mexican Jesus, because there's guys who believe they really are this.
Yeah, there's a dude that hangs himself on a cross every Easter with nails actually driven through him. Yeah, I've seen it.
It's crazy to me.
I've seen video.
You're right. And I said, what about them? What are they, fake? He goes, no. They're spirits that overcloaked them and make them think that they're Jesus, but they're not. And so I said, how do we know? This is what I asked him. How do we know that you're not overcloaked? And he is like, I don't change, you know, and he starts to have an excuse for every little detail. But I guess I brought that up to tell you, like, one of his followers, you could tell, still has that strange worldview of beliefs by saying schizophrenia accurate.
Doesn't matter.
The spirit world talking to you.
This is one of the big mistakes that many people do, and you kind of touched on this because you're talking about how you're looking for naturalistic explanations. Let's come up with a naturalistic explanation for Jesus walking on water. We could do that. We could talk about, I've watched Dynamo do it, and he's not all that impressive, and I watched Chris Angel do it, and I know how they did those versions of it. But maybe also there was ice, or we could come up with that. But the bigger question is, did it happen at all?
No.
Why are we trying to explain something that we don't know whether or not it happened? This is the same mistake that Lacona made in the debate on the resurrection. He starts off trying to come up with explanations for how a resurrection might have occurred, which he can't demonstrate, when we haven't even established that one occurred. I'm actually working on a video, using an actual magic trick to illustrate this point in more detail. But that's the mistake. Is first of all, if something happened, the first step is to figure out, did it happen, and what do we know about it? What actually happened? We can start looking at potential candidate explanations for it. But let's say it's not that we should be looking for naturalistic explanations. We should be looking for explanations. Now, as it stands right now, you're not going to get a decent explanation. You'll get no explanation other than natural ones because nobody can demonstrate the supernatural. Instead of saying, oh, here's the best naturalistic explanation for this phenomenon, which for believers, oh man, I feel so sad for that guy. Like, he was told this story that Jesus walked on water, and instead of just, being willing to accept that Jesus was divine, he has to find a naturalistic explanation. So he's going to say that the water was frozen. But doesn't he know we're talking about, Palestine and Israel, and, that the water's not going to freeze there at these sorts of times at these places. And so if you propose explanations, and they are not good explanations for the phenomenon, every bad explanation you propose not only gets easily knocked down by the believers, but it strengthens their belief.
Right.
Because you are now the closed-minded one.
I was going to say, I don't pose natural explanations necessarily to mythological or legendary stories. I'm just talking about in the world around us that we live in. Like, someone.
How is it different?
Well, someone says they're hearing voices in their head, for example. When I work in the mental health area and help like drug addicts, right? I'll be like, did you ingest any drugs? I'll look for like natural causes of course, because I'm not going to leap to those voices in your head is God's trying to talk to you. He's trying to tell you, right? What is he saying? Kill yourself? Oh, God, that's the devil, actually. That's not God talking.
At Raymore and Flanagan, we're committed to delivering you comfortable new styles that make your home your happy place. That's why you'll save 10 or 15% on everything at Raymore and Flanagan's refresh sale.
At the heart of every Buick SUV is you. Current eligible.
Alright, let's get up out of here. Oh, man.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
I probably, well, no, there's still a lot I can work on this canvas because I can do that side over there, but I'll probably let this hair dry for a day or two before I come back and put some more layers on it. I know it's going to take a lot of layers to get this thing to pop out, but it's slowly coming along.
Art in the Dark says, bro, 20 minutes ago, Valuetainment posted the videos you requested. Ironic.
Valuetainment? I'm about to... Appreciate it, bro. See? I knew you'd get back to me. You get back to me, man. I know I fuck with you for some reason. There's some reason I keep fucking with this Art and Dart dude. Alright. Yeah, bro, you coming in right at the closing segment, dude. Coming in at the closing segments. Alright. Sorry I missed you, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna get out here for a minute. I actually need to take a fucking shower and I don't know, that's it. My girl been up all morning cooking and cleaning and doing everything, so I ain't got shit to do, really.
There's one thing.
I'll probably take a shower and walk the dog or some shit.
Oh, that's not even what I was thinking.
Oh, you go get your eyebrows done. When you can walk the dog, you come back from that.
I'm not going to.
Go get all prettied up. And get the, how they do it with the string shit, they be in there.
With the thread.
We pulling that motherfucker, boy. That shit be looking crazy how they do it. Y'all ever seen that shit? How the Asian ladies be?
It's not Asian. The Indian ladies do the threading.
Oh, my bad. I ain't trying to be racist.
The Asian ladies do wax.
Asian hate over here, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, it ain't no hate. It's just, I don't know, the Asians just haven't started threading yet. They need. I'm ready to go lay back down now.
That's that old man shit.
Do you see what color my hair is?
It's like platinum blue.
It's silver blue.
It's gun steel blue.
After this, I'm gonna literally have to get a box of blonde dye or just dye my hair black. And I think after this, I might go back to black. I've done red, I've done blonde, platinum, damn near white, silver. And I'm like, yeah, it's time to go back black for like 2-3 months. Let my hair recover.
Yeah, that's that old man shit. Nigga, I slept in. You slept in, nigga. You couldn't get up. That he slept in. Motherfucker couldn't get up. It's alright. It's all good. You couldn't get up, bro. It be like that sometimes.
My favorite saying.
But yeah, I guess I'll holler at y'all later on, man. Peace. Till next time.